right, I call this meeting to order at 1:33 p.m. Take a roll call. Amanda Buchanan, I'm here. Maria Akpara.
Here.
Anita Tucker.
Here.
Rick Raleigh.
Here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
Ms. Akpara, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Kylie, do we have any public comments pertaining to the closed session?
We do
Agenda.
not. We do not.
All right, we need to go into closed session to discuss the following. Item 1, pupil personnel. Expulsion cases EXP number 23, 25, 26 through EXP number 25, 25, 26. Stipulated number 9, 25, 26 through stipulated number 10, 25, 26. And annual review cases AR number 22, 25, 26 through AR number 27, 25, 26. Item 2, conference on litigation. Government Code Section 54956, point 9A, current litigation, 7 cases. CIVSV 2220303, 2412359, 2321161, CIVVS 2400289, 2505026, 2506329, 2506282, Government Code Section 54954.5C and 54956.9 D2 and E1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 4 cases, 2024-25-01, 2025-26-01, 2025-26-02, and 2025-26-03. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 1 case, Government Code Section 54954.5 C and 54956.9 D1, CSEA and Chapter 828 versus Apple Valley Unified School District. Government Code Section 54954.4 D, 54954.5 D, and 54956.95, anticipated litigation, 2 cases, Claimant 1, Nolasco Brian, Claimant 2, Hager Melissa. Item 3, public employee, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated, and classified employees. Number 4, public employee, appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated, and classified employees. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dr. Jeremiah Harrison, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Conference with, and then item 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Kristen Dupree, employee organization, California School Employees Association. Item 7, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiation parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School District. Item 8, security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All right, on a motion made by Maria Akpar and seconded by Anita Tucker, we'll be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Mrs. Buchanan, aye. So we will go into closed now at 1:37 p.m. All right, I call this meeting back to order at 2:30 PM. All right, roll call. Present, Amanda Buchanan, I'm here. Maria Akbara,
Here.
Anita Tucker.
Here.
Rick Raleigh.
Here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
Rick, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance,
Sure.
please?
Please join me in the pledge of our flag. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, the clerk will read out any action taken in closed session.
In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. B2, Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection D, and 54956.95, B. Nolasco versus AVSD. On a motion by Mrs. Longshore, seconded by Mrs. Buchanan, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim dated May 28, 2026 of Brian Nolasco on a vote of 5-0. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. B2, Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection D, and 54956.95, M. Hager versus AVSD. On a motion by Buchanan, seconded by Longshore, the board voted unanimously to deny the late claim of Melissa Hager. And it's a 5-0.
All right, thank you. Reports, union representatives, California School Employees Association, CSEA, J.C. Scott.
You said loosen it? Sorry, I don't want to mess anything up. I got you. Okay, perfect. Yep. All right. Hello, my name is J.C. Scott. As I stated last week, labor unions generally take a break from attending summer board meetings. However, after hearing comments directed towards me and my character, along with several other remarks that apparently need to be made for reasons unknown, I decided again to attend today and set the record straight. First, I would like to commend the Board of Trustees for moving forward towards only a minimal increase to their stipends. While we would have preferred to see no increase during a time of layoffs, reductions, and employee hardships, we do acknowledge the rising fuel costs and other expenses associated with your board duties. Now, Mr. Rowley, those who live
I'm here.
in glass houses should not throw stones. You and I serve in two very different roles. What I say and what you say carry very different legal implications. You are an elected public official, and your comments can expose not only yourself, but potentially the district to allegations of slander and defamation. I would also caution against making assumptions about my statements because more often than not, those assumptions are incorrect. Additionally, I believe you are already the subject of multiple unfair labor practices, which alone should concern this district. We're also going to amend our unfair labor practice from your comments last week. I'm interested to see what the voters of Apple Valley decide in November. Frankly, after watching the conduct displayed month after month on this dais, I understand why many in this community have questioned your leadership and previously called for your resignation. You made statements about chaos, so let me ask you directly, what chaos has been caused while representing my bargaining unit? What evidence supports those claims? Because there are months of publicly available footage showing you bullying intimidating, making threats of bad faith bargaining, showing a lack of decorum, showing disrespect towards employees, community members, and fellow board members. And let's not forget the repeated disruptions coming from this dais. If anyone likes to cause chaos, it's certainly not me. Perhaps it's the self-admitted politician of over 20 years. I hold here pictures from the February 2026 board meeting live stream. If everyone would like to see them. Though the picture is not clear, what is clear in the video is that during Ms. Longshore's board comments, you, Mr. Relly, clearly bored and disengaged with what Ms. Longshore has to say. Pull the old childish pretending to scratch your face while giving trustee the board before quickly placing your fist on your cheek. You may not like what trustee Longshore has to say. Heck, probably even goes in one ear and not the other. But at least she's never had the audacity to flip anyone else off, especially even you, though you probably deserve it. For the most part, I've intentionally avoided naming individuals directly and instead referred to titles and positions. However, as I've demonstrated before, I have no problem addressing individuals directly when necessary. Speaking of direct statements, there is a clear distinction between the superintendent and her cabinet versus administration as a whole. I was fully aware of an evaluation scheduled to take place today following the postponement in May. Had my prior comments been directed specifically at the superintendent or the cabinet, I would have said so directly, just as I have done so many times in the past. The fact that certain individuals felt compelled to immediately defend themselves only reinforces the old saying, if the shoe fits, please feel free to lace it up and wear it. I also want to address the comments last week regarding my speech, which was aimed towards any potential future compensation increases for administrators. With the discussion of potentially increasing the board compensation of up to $2,000 at the time, I felt it was necessary to address all management. CSEA's position remains clear. Until every classified and certificated employee in this district are made whole, there should be no leadership raises, not a single penny, until every employee is made whole. In my role as union president, I advocate for my members. And with the massive losses suffered by my unit, I advocate with pride for equity, fairness, and accountability. In a perfect world, we should all receive raises. But the reality is that the working class employees are losing pay, positions, and stability, while upper management compensation continues to be the talk of the town. To employees struggling to provide for their families, arguments about whether cabinet salaries are above or below market value are completely irrelevant. We should keep things in perspective and recognize who has borne the greatest burden in this district. And now I want to directly address the proposed censure resolution for Trustee Longshore. The fact that you have board members from other districts here to speak against it should be sending you a loud and clear message. This board should be very careful about confusing disagreement, criticism, or dissent with misconduct. Under California law, elected officials do not surrender their constitutional rights simply because their speech makes others uncomfortable. The First Amendment protects criticism of government officials, criticism of public spending, criticism of district leadership, and criticism of board actions. That protection does not disappear because the criticism is politically inconvenient or embarrassing. The Brown Act was created to promote transparency and accountability in government, not to silence elected officials or discourage public scrutiny. Public officials have an obligation to ask difficult questions regarding budgets, expenditures, transparency, staffing, and governance. Attempting to chill speech through threats, sanctions, restrictions, or retaliatory measures undermines the very principles open government laws were designed to protect. Let me also remind this board that California school boards are bodies of limited authority. Trustees may adopt policies governing decorum and procedures, but they cannot impose unlawful prior restraints on speech. They cannot selectively punish political viewpoints, and they cannot use board policies as a weapon to suppress dissenting elected officials.
You cannot lawfully silence criticism simply because it challenges the majority. You cannot use civility policies as a substitute for accountability. And you certainly cannot claim to support transparency while simultaneously condemning the very people asking questions on behalf of the employees and the public. Several portions of this resolution should concern every voter in this community, regardless of your political affiliation, because they raise serious concerns and questions about viewpoint discrimination, retaliation, overreach, and political violations of constitutional protections afforded to elected representatives. The public should also understand something very clearly. Criticism of government is not harassment. Demanding answers is not intimidation. Questioning financial decisions is not misconduct. Asking elected officials to explain their actions is not disrespectful. This is democracy. And while this board may possess the authority to pass symbolic resolutions, it does not possess unlimited authority under California law. No resolution overrides constitutional protections, and no board majority has the power to shield itself from criticism or public accountability. I would strongly caution this board against continuing down a path where disagreement is treated as disloyalty and accountability is treated as disruption, because the public is watching, the employees are watching, and the voters are watching. Elections are coming in November, and this community will absolutely remember who stood for transparency, fairness, accountability, and working families, and who chose political theater, retaliation, and intimidation instead. And let me remind everyone here and watching online, regardless of how some of you may try to spin the narrative, these statements are not personal attacks. They are constitutionally protected speech under the First Amendment, calling for accountability, transparency, professionalism, and decorum. Asking this board to accept responsibility for decisions it approved without proper fiduciary oversight is not unreasonable. But if anything I said today struck a nerve, I apologize. I'm so sorry if you're offended. I hold no personal animosity towards anyone seated on this dais. I'm simply doing what any effective labor leader is expected to do: advocate for and represent the employees who elected me to do so. Unfortunately, the same professionalism and understanding does not always appear to be reciprocated. Instead, what employees continue to see is management and this board attempting to portray themselves as the victims, while employees bear the consequences of management's decisions. At the same time, employees are experiencing instability, layoffs, and uncertainty. Management continues seeking sympathy and public support to justify those very decisions. So I ask one final question today. Does this district or board intend to meaningfully address any of the concerns repeatedly raised by CSEA and AVUDA regarding retaliation, staff safety, nepotism, and other serious issues, including the layoffs and reductions? Or should employees simply begin directing those concerns to outside government agencies and legal representatives instead of the issues that go beyond the scope of the union? At the end of the day, employees did not create this crisis. Employees did not create the instability, and employees did not create this distrust. And no amount of speeches, excuses, or political theater on this dais will change that reality, because employees live with these consequences every single day. As we struggle, we will not forget. And if this board truly wants employees to move forward, then stop talking about optics and start talking about restoration. Start talking about a real plan to restore what's been lost. Maybe it's time to stop passing silly resolutions that double down or triple down on your failures and shortcomings, and start passing resolutions that support your students and your employees. This board continues to speak about healing and rebuilding trust, but your actions speak louder than words. While us employees are still waiting. How many times do we extend the olive branch before we realize the tree has no more olives left to give? Remember, November is only 5 months away, and AVUDA has already unseated 2 incumbents in the last 2 elections. One of those incumbents, which they previously helped get elected. Now, CSEA is taking part in endorsing candidates. Can we move forward together, or is it time for us to move on? Now I leave you with this. You may be able to refute and stand against my word, but you cannot stand against the word of God. Isaiah 10, 1 through 2 says, "Woe to those who decree unrighteousness decrees, who write misfortune, which they have prescribed to rob the needy of justice." I'm calling on you to do the right thing, Sister Akpara. In solidarity, Chapter President J.C. Scott.
All right, thank you. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, I was told we have a representative.
How do you do this, Pat? I think I might have gotten it. Probably. Can I come a little closer? Thank you. My name is Anne Marie Van Gordon. I am a teacher in Apple Valley for the past 28 years, and I am here to represent Karen Siebers. Good afternoon, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, President Scott, colleagues, and audience. My name is Karen Sabers, and I am the president of the Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. I stand in opposition with many to the proposed censure of Trustee Renee Longshore. Whether you agree with Trustee Longshore or not, she was elected by the voters of this community to ask questions, seek information, and provide oversight. A board member should not be censured simply for asking difficult questions, challenging assumptions, or requesting accountability. In fact, those are among the most important responsibilities of an elected trustee. Many employees and community members have expressed concerns about the district's finances, business practices, and decision-making. Trustee Longshore has consistently been willing to ask the questions that many staff and community members are asking themselves. Silencing or censoring a trustee for doing so sends a troubling message about transparency and open governance. I also find it concerning that this resolution is being brought forward while there have been concerns raised regarding the conduct of other board members. Trustee Rick Raleigh currently has 2 unfair labor practices charges filed with the state related to statements and conduct toward certificated and classified employees. While those matters remain pending and their ultimate outcome has yet to be determined, they nevertheless reflect concerns that have been raised regarding his conduct as a board member. Ironically, the allegations underlying those charges, along with his bullying and hostility towards Trustee Tucker at a previous board meeting, involve conduct that could be viewed as inconsistent with the very standards outlined in Board Policy 9005, Board Policy 1262, and the Governance Handbook provisions that these resolutions claim Trustee Longshore violated. If this board is truly committed to accountability and adherence to its governance standards, those expectations should be applied consistently to all board members, not selectively to one trustee. In addition, many employees, parents, and community members have witnessed what they perceive to be disrespectful interactions directed toward Trustee Longshore and Trustee Tucker by President Buchanan during board meetings. President Buchanan, many of us have witnessed eye-rolling, facial expressions, dismissive reactions, and a general lack of respect when speaking to Trustee Tucker or Trustee Longshore, when they express viewpoints that differ from the majority or the expected 3-2 vote. Public trust is not strengthened when trustees are interrupted, dismissed, spoken down to, or treated differently because they hold viewpoints that differ from those of the majority. We have also watched community members come to this podium to address the board, only to find themselves speaking to a board president who is turned away, looking elsewhere, or appearing disengaged from the person speaking. Whether intentional or not, that behavior sends a message that some voices carry more value than others. Board members are elected to represent the community, not to agree with one another on every issue. Healthy disagreement is not misconduct. Asking questions is not misconduct. Seeking accountability is not misconduct. Demanding transparency is not misconduct. Every elected official should be held to the same standards they seek to impose on others. If this board truly wishes to improve its effectiveness, it should focus less on censoring elected trustees and more on rebuilding trust with employees, families, and the community. That begins with transparency, respectful dialogue, and a genuine willingness to engage in meaningful discussion, especially when opinions differ. In fact, if this board had been asking difficult questions all along, instead of simply approving recommendations without sufficient scrutiny, we probably would not be here where we are today. We may not have had to eliminate positions, reduce hours, or make cuts that directly impact the employees closest to our students. The consequences of decisions made by this school board or questions left unasked have been felt in our classrooms, on our campuses, and ultimately by the students we serve. Asking hard questions before difficult decisions become unavoidable is exactly what trustees are elected to do. One of the most troubling aspects of this resolution is that many of the statements contained within it are subject to interpretation and do not reflect the full context of the issues being discussed. Take the issue of board member benefits. The resolution characterizes the issue as a previous oversight that was later corrected. However, records obtained directly from the district by AVUDA through a public information request indicate that board members have received fully covered health insurance benefits for many years, dating back to approximately 2010, 2011. A practice that continued for well over a decade is difficult to characterize as an oversight. An oversight is typically an isolated error or omission, not a long-standing and consistent practice that existed through multiple boards, administrations, and benefit years. Additionally, while the resolution states that all trustees now receiving benefits no greater than those received by non-safety employees, board members continue to receive district-paid vision, dental, and life insurance benefits, while non-safety employees contribute toward those benefits themselves. These are legitimate questions regarding the administration and interpretation of board member benefits. Asking those questions is not evidence of misconduct. It is part of a trustee's responsibility to seek transparency, accountability, and clarification regarding district practices and expenditures. Rather than censoring a trustee for raising concerns, the district should provide clear and complete information so the public can fully understand how these benefits were provided, when they were provided, and why they were allowed to continue for so many years. Similarly, there have been conflicting explanations regarding why employees leave Apple Valley Unified School District. AVUDA has received differing information over the years about employee departures and retention. While some employees leave for personal reasons, compensation, retirement, or other opportunities, there are also employees who have expressed concerns regarding district culture, support, and treatment of staff. The reality is that many employees fear retaliation or negative consequences for speaking openly. As a result, exit interviews and official explanations may not always reflect the full truth of why employees choose to leave. When employees do not feel safe sharing their honest experiences, it becomes difficult to accurately assess the health of an organization. The concerns trustee Longshore has raised did not begin when she joined the board. Before trustee Longshore was elected, employees and community members were asking many of the same questions regarding district finances, transparency, employee retention, working conditions, and decision-making. Trustee Longshore did not create these concerns. She gave voice to concerns that already existed and was willing to ask the questions that many others were unwilling or unable to ask. It is also important to remember that asking difficult questions is not unique to trustee Longshore. When trustee Buchanan first joined the board, she too raised concerns, challenged decisions, and asked questions about district operations. That is part of the role of an elected trustee. In fact, trustee Raleigh himself has acknowledged the importance of board oversight. He has stated that if he, trustee So, trustee Bender, and others had not simply rubber-stamped decisions over the years, the district may not be in the financial position it finds itself in today. If that is true, then trustee Longshore should not be criticized for doing exactly what many now agree should have been done years ago: asking questions, seeking clarification, and demanding accountability before problems become crises. A trustee's duty is not to be silent. A trustee's duty is to provide oversight, ask questions, and represent the community that elected them. Those actions should be encouraged, not censored. Throughout her time on the board, trustee Longshore has never demonstrated disrespect towards staff, students, community members, or her fellow board members. To the contrary, she has consistently treated others with professionalism, courtesy, and respect, even when there were significant disagreements. What has distinguished trustee Longshore is her willingness to ask difficult questions while maintaining her integrity. She has remained focused on transparency, accountability, and doing what she believes is in the best interest of students, staff, and the community. As a board, you should be working together to reach understanding, not defaulting to predictable divisions and 3-2 votes. You have students, staff, families, and this community depending on you to do the right thing. For these reasons, I urge the board to reject this censure resolution and instead focus on rebuilding trust with staff, families, and the community. Thank you. In solidarity, Karen Sabers.
All right, thank you. Adoption of the agenda. The board may approve the agenda as is or add and/or pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and/or action. I'll go ahead and make the motion.
I'll second the motion to approve.
All right, on a motion by Amanda Buchanan, seconded by Rick Raleigh. We will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore? Aye. Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
And Ms. Buchanan, aye. We are going to move on to the California School Dashboard Local Indicator presentation with Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Schlosser.
Thank you. The presentation of the local indicators is required by statute to be provided to the public on the same board meeting where the LCAP is up for adoption. So this is the time of year for the local indicator presentation. And the local indicators really are, if you remember our dashboard, they're the indicators that either say met or not met. And that met or not met, as we'll see in a moment, is really kind of based on our process more than anything else. A reminder of our mission and that our focus continues to be our service to our students in those areas of behavioral, social, emotional, and academic need. And the LCAP really does address that, kind of lines that out. And remember that we are really kind of always in LCAP somewhere, whether we're bringing it to the public for input, bringing it to you for approval, taking it to county, implementing, monitoring data, and then back we go into the cycle. I don't know what I would do without it. It's kind of defined my last decade of life. So the big ideas really are the idea that it's met or not met, not based on any kind of standard, right? It's not like if you don't get a certain number of surveys, you didn't meet the survey standard. It's not correct. Met or not met is, did you engage in good faith in the process called out within there? And so that happens at the same time as LCAP approval, and then we send it forward. So it's 5 main indicators. There's basic conditions, which I'll go over, implementation of standards, parent engagement, school climate, and then a broad course of study. So for basic conditions, there are 3 main areas to measure there. One of them is about teacher credentials, and it does oddly, I received a question about why it's for 23-24 school year. The assignment monitoring process is quite delayed. And so the assignment monitoring link that will be on the dashboard for every school in California and every district will point back next year to the 23-24 year of credentials. And so that's what we must report. 24-25 has not been fully adjudicated. And of course, this year just ended and is not available. It's kind of like the school accountability report card. It's just always quite a bit behind. And so for us, we saw an increase in clear credentials, a decrease in what the state unfortunately calls out of field, incomplete, or ineffective. It's a terribly rude term to call teachers. It's not in any way, has nothing to do with their effectiveness, but it's a credential status indicator that's on the public website. And 4.4% intern also down. So it was good to see that 23-24, and we expect that trend to continue for 24-25. And so this is exactly what the public will see when they log into that dashboard indicator, those same numbers I just showed you. The other part of priority 1, the basic conditions, has to do with textbooks as far as students having access to California Common Core standards aligned textbooks. And as you know, 11 of our sites are Williams sites. This county comes and makes absolutely certain that not only do they have the textbooks they need, but every single ceiling tile is appropriately fixed, and that the water fountains work, and that all these things are indicated as in good repair. And then we use our own facility inspection tool. And so we had one school this year that was rated as fair by only a tenth or a small portion of a percentage. And that's again, because we apply a much more rigorous standard. So it's the same number as last year. There was one that was in fair condition, but it's a different school site. Because again, they really make sure they check every single aspect of every school site. And it's a third party, it's not a self-eval. So it's a little bit more, I think, more rigorous. And so that will be reported. And by virtue of the reporting of the credential status, the textbook status, and our facility inspection tool, we will have met the basic conditions indicator. Priority 2 has to do with the academic standards. And we have 2 options to do that. You can either write a narrative or do a self-assessment with the leadership team. That's the path we go. It's a 5-point scale. It calls out every subject area. And as mentioned before, we have, by virtue of, or by request of our math department, slowed the adoption of high school math curricula because it was slow in coming out. And they wanted to be sure and finish their pilot. And so they're actually going to continue in the fall with the second pilot. And so we could not mark a 5 in mathematics. And that's because we know that. We know that we are carefully considering the new adoption. And otherwise, we are in good shape with our adoptions. K-8 mathematics will follow soon thereafter. And so we will have met priority 2. Priority 3 is parent input. And as you know, not only do we have members from each site and subgroup of student or group of students at our district advisory committee, we have a strong DLAC. In addition, we now have stood up a very vibrant African-American parent advisory. And then the other thing here is that, I'll pause there, is that we do get parent input in a variety of other ways at the school site level. And so key to that is our parent survey. As you may recall, we had almost 1,000 more parents participate in our survey this year, reaching nearly over 25%, which is really nice to see a representative sampling of parents engaging in our Youth Truth Survey, which we find great value in that data. Priority 6 is school climate. That one actually requires a student survey. They require it every other year. That's because the California Healthy Kids Survey is kind of designed that way to be implemented every other year. We have elected in Apple Valley not to use the California Healthy Kids Survey, partially because when we used to use that, we had families who had great discomfort with some of the questions and content. And so the Youth Truth Survey has served us really well. We go ahead and implement that every year, partially because the students in our advisory work really demand to see it now. They use the feedback from that survey of their peers regarding their school in the plans they make and the work they do to measure their own efficacy. And so it's just been a wonderful process to continue that frequency of surveys. And just a reminder on the number, we had a kind of a record number of every single group who participated. It was the highest level of participation on record for every group who participated in the survey, which was just great to see. And a reminder of the main categories or topics. And you'll remember from the State of the District presentation that we saw a marked increase in things like a sense of safety from every group, employees, parents, and students, which was very encouraging to see. That is in November, and will be again in November this coming year. So priority 3 and 6 are met by virtue of that work. Kind of the survey covers both of those as well as the parent input in person. Priority 7 is an interesting one. The state calls this a broad course of study. And that's really akin to making sure that students have access to the kinds of programs that prepare them for what they want to do after school. And so we look at that on a couple different levels. One, we want to make sure that the K-8s are well articulated with the high school so that there's a feeder pattern and students can have access to begin the process to consider the kinds of work they're going to do at the high school level. But at the high school level, as you know, this year we engaged in a pretty deep level transcript analysis, looking at several years worth of graduates and their outcomes. And also we looked backwards at how they had done from 6th grade up to high school. So if there were some predictive measures as far as these students went through their middle grades, was there anything that we could find that would help us understand what was an indicator that would be kind of something to help us see the A through G success rate. And so that work led to excellent discussions about grading policies and alignment that's been undertaken in earnest with our high school principals and department leads. They've already met a couple of times and really looked at, could they align some grading practices so that there was a bit more consistency. You know, we have students who are, as you'll see in a moment, really leading the area in things like proficiency in language arts in 11th grade, and yet their A through G doesn't line up with that. And so we're on to make sure we have some consistency so that grading practices and student mastery are aligned. Of course, the other end of that is making sure that there's credit recovery and tutoring options for students who need that. And so that evaluation process and making sure that students have access helps us meet priority 7. This was not included in what was posted because I didn't have it by that time, but the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools has been a partner with us in taking some of our early test score data. And when I say early at this point, we're looking at like 97% of the scores have been entered into the system. And they put it into a format for it that I shared with you last year at this same meeting. And so we see really good growth in 3rd through 8th and 11th in language arts. Modest growth, actually a bit more than last year in mathematics, and growth in science as well. So a quick look at that, kind of seeing our trend. We see a continued upswing in our distance from standard to the point where I think based on the 5x5 indicator, we're going to move into a different color designation next year. So it's excellent work. And then in mathematics as well, a good almost 7 points of growth. And again, we're still, we have students who are not achieving standard, but the movement is in the positive direction. And we're very happy to see that, with lots more professional learning coming in mathematics in the year to come. And then science is on a continued upward trajectory. And so we have growth in every area, and we're very impressed by the work done by everyone involved to make this happen across the system. And so by virtue of that work, we have met all 5 local indicators, and I'll pause there for questions or try to answer any questions you have.
I do have a question. When you listed the survey categories that you covered, um, how did you come up with the survey questions? As I listened to the union and the bargaining unit presentations, I hear a lot of pieces that I am trying to figure out if their information translated to what you use for some of your survey questions.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at, they wouldn't actually not give you information on the academic challenges or the career readiness, because that is something that you do with as a team. But when you came to the portion of communication, professionalism, communication and feedback, safety, all of those, I'm trying to figure out, did you have opportunity to incorporate their concerns into your survey to be able to get a more accurate picture of your outcome?
Yeah, good question. I think there's portions of this survey that we do have some flexibility, but those are in the additional questions. So the survey is a national survey, and so the questions are for the most part, they're fixed. But what's good about that is it does let us compare our various respondents' answers across California schools or similar schools or even national. So we can look at high school staff responses and compare those responses to staff across any schools that are taking this survey, and there's thousands. And so by virtue of that, if we change the question, we lose comparability.
Okay.
However, they did allow us this year to do some add-on questions. And so we did add some specific questions regarding barriers to attendance so that we could make sure that we incorporated those ideas into our community schools grants, knowing that attendance was a particular area of focus. And they were very helpful additional questions to help to give families and students a chance to tell us what kinds of things were keeping them from school. Was it watching a sibling or sickness or lack of transportation? And so that data is going to feed back into the planning process for our community schools grant.
Thank you. My next question had to do with parental input. Did you have a particular group of parents that you had to include in the process, or are those just the parents that are part of their subgroup, or did you send out a broad survey to every parent of our students to be able to gather as much information as possible from your full parental group?
Right, both. We send it to everyone so that we could get as much. That's how we got so many survey responses back on the survey itself. But then we do have our district advisory committee parents that are involved in not only the survey, but then they get to look at the data results and kind of parse that, as well as our DLAC and our African American Parent Advisory. So the groups that we get a chance to sit with and spend time with get not only a chance to review the survey as participants, but then they get a chance to look at the responses in aggregate. It's all anonymous, but it does allow us to break those responses down, for example, by families who indicate they're parents of English learners, or families who indicate they're parents of a student with special needs. And so that we have the opportunity to look at the data with those parent groups. And then, when it comes time to think about LCAP goals, they are informed by that data.
Well, as you know, my passion has always been special needs. So I'm going to ask the special needs question, which is unique to me because that's my world.
Yeah.
When you were talking about implementation of state academic standards, and I hear it all the time. I hear the teachers talk about the kids not meeting the standard, and I hear the parents say, my child's not meeting the standard. I'm not sure if they're addressing it in terms of how it actually catches onto the IEP. Because the standards that is driving a special education child is not the content standard.
Right.
It is the IEP standards. So when you are making this report, I don't see any place on the report that says that our special ed students or the special needs students are meeting their IEP goals
Mhm.
that are set for them, because it is what will drive it. So I'm just wondering, are you able to add that in your future surveys so that you can tailor it to that population, instead of just keeping it as a whole district, and then we're missing this group of this population?
Yeah, I understand, like, kind of a sense of whether or not the students' IEP goals are being met.
Correct.
The one process we do participate in that takes a sample of 100, usually about 100 IEPs per year. It's the SIP process that Mr. Wheeler participates in with SELPA. They randomly select 100 IEPs, they review them, and they review them over time. So there's not only a goals review, but a progress on goals review. And that kind of serves as a proxy for what you're talking about. I don't report that here, but I certainly could bring that outcome there, because that's a nice snapshot of, we don't get to provide them. They pick them without telling us ahead of time. We don't know which children they'll select. We don't know what kinds of disabilities are being served. But it really is a nice way for us to essentially have an audit of those goals and their whether or not they're being reached. So that might be the best way to kind of give a quick review of the attainment of special ed goals.
Yeah, because I see that quite a bit when I go into a classroom, as you know. I go to a classroom, not necessarily in this district, because I go to classrooms all over the county. And the students are doing, in the special education class, and the special education teacher is teaching lecture method. And every child has an IEP, but now you're lecturing the entire class, and it is not based on their goals that you've written. And at the end, you're giving a parent a feedback on what their children are doing, but that feedback does not match. So I am more interested in seeing that when we give parents the feedback, and it is very specific to what you've written in the goal.
Yeah, I understand.
So the parent can look at the goals that you gave them at the IEP to show that some progress is being made, and not just a blank sheet of paper. So I'd like to see that moving forward, if it's possible for the board.
Let me work with Superintendent Nelson on a way that I have some ideas about how we might come up with a way to take a look at that using the SACE product without, obviously, what you're talking about also is instructional. And so that would be a difficult thing to report in a number, but I like the idea of taking a look at that.
Yeah, if the board would give direction to do that. I don't believe it fits in the priority metrics as reported, this is a requirement for us, but we can do it separately as a presentation to the board. Is that the direction of the board?
Do you want to go down the line? You're good?
I'm good.
Renee?
I'm good.
Oh, I'm in favor of information.
Okay. Thank you.
Were there any other questions?
Just wanted to say thank you for the report. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll move on to comments. Board comments, Renee Longshore.
Thank you for being here. I know this is a start to summer break after an exhausting year, and I appreciate your involvement still. I've checked with my lawyer and she agrees. This attempt to censure me is ridiculous. The accusations unfounded. Mere foolery. Rick Raleigh, your efforts alone are fully saturated with hypocrisy, and you failed to present a clear argument against me. Look it up. Censures are used for egregious misconduct, supported by fact. In the end, Resolution 2526-26 proves nothing. It's a deflective move. This administration and board has acted inappropriately, repeatedly bullied, discriminated, and discussed things behind the scenes. They have systematically torn this district apart, all for the preservation of self. After everything we've been through this year, the public deserves truth and transparency, not a popularity contest. All this time, all this energy, all this money spent trying to piece something together, is this what the voters want? As leaders, we must always leave room for respectful discourse, especially when we disagree. We must lean in and listen. This year, invitation-only budget meetings tried to exclude board members and the general public. I showed up, issued a cure and correct, and the district changed course. Rick, your resolution tried to fault me for that too. I am all for rules. They provide structure, a constructive way to do our job. Participating and questioning finances, communicating with others, those are core responsibilities. Does this board truly want to discourage involvement or limit training necessary for growth? I always strive to be informed and never go anywhere on a school campus without first being invited and welcomed. I advocate for the public. Remember how hard I worked to get those public comments moved up? And respect all members of this community, even when I don't receive the same in return. So what's the problem? And who are you protecting while trying to shame me? Elected power should be wielded responsibly. This district has roughly $47 million in non-voter approved debt. $47 million. We are paying rather than collecting millions in interest each year. Is this best for kids? 3 of you have sat here defending this broken system rather than consider change. Where has our money gone? Seriously, show me the cost of programs, staff, or infrastructure that has driven this district into the ground. Because you have allowed it, and now you are attacking me to defend it. Rest assured that I will continue addressing these concerns respectfully, wholeheartedly on behalf of my constituents, as far as it depends on me. This won't stop me. I'm not in it for the money, for the prestige, or power. I am here for kids. And in the end, I still believe truth prevails. Thank you.
Rick Raleigh.
Yes, thank you. First off, Renee, I just wanted to be rest assured that what J.C. Scott was saying with me, with my hand on my face, was not directed at you. I would never intentionally give somebody the bird. So, I mean, I disagree with you on a lot of things, but I did not do that. Coming from Scott, who knows what goes through that guy's mind, but I just wanted to say that. And I'm sure we'll have some heated discussion here about the resolution that I brought forward, and I look forward to hearing your defense on it. But I just want to rest assured I would not disrespect you in that way. So I appreciate that. You listen. Thank you. That's all I have.
Anita Tucker.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to correct a figure that I presented at last week's board meeting. When I computed the amount of the proposed increase in pay for board members from $441 to proposed $2,000, I stated that it was a 77% raise, which when I did that, I thought it was incredibly high. And I did not adequately check my work. I didn't listen to the math teachers, and my apologies to all math teachers, Mr. Schulenberg, Mr. Conrad. Listen to your math teachers. The actual percent increase would be 353.5%, and you could round that up to 354%. I do have some more things to say regarding some of the things on our agenda, but I will make those comments at the appropriate times. And I would like to thank all of our staff who are working, doing extended learning this summer. We appreciate you, our students appreciate you, and I wish all our students, staff, and family, and my fellow board members a restful and peaceful and rejuvenating summer break. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Akpara.
Good afternoon. I had to check my watch because we've been here since 10 o'clock. So it's afternoon. It's such a pleasure to sit here in front of all of you and at least say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be of service. And I thank you for the opportunity to be fair. I'm going to start by my history in Apple Valley. Over 40 years ago, I came to Apple Valley. Over 40 years ago, Apple Valley was not part of Apple Valley School District. It was part of two school districts. It was Victor High School District, and it was Victor Elementary School District. And I entered the district when it was chaotic. We had a strike. I remember that. And right after the strike, we became a town. And I thought, wow, I'm coming into a place which is a first. It's a first for me to come into a place that was not on the map, and to suddenly be on the map to now become a town. And I remember all the street lights when they came up, and how many of them I drove through without realizing it's a light. But I say all of that because it is a little troubling for me sitting here and listening to all of the conversations that keep happening. And it is very disheartening for me. During the last 40 years of me watching Apple Valley from the sideline, both as a teacher, as an administrator, and now as a board, I have never, and never in capital letter, N-E-V-E-R, been disrespectful to anybody. I don't see myself being disrespectful. People may be disrespectful to me, but I will never return that favor. And I have never watched this board, the board that was sitting before me, and the board that sat right before I came, and the board that I never even met, because when I first started, I started with a board that came from Victor High School District. I've never, ever seen them go after each other. Never, never observed it. And so, as the person who has observed the history of Apple Valley, it is painful for me to watch. I have never watched the board disagree to a point of throwing darts at each other. If you look at me, I don't look like Rodney King. I'm not looking for everybody to get along, but I'm looking for everybody to respect each other. And I'm going to take it a little further back. And I hate to call people by name when we sit in this space, because this is a space given to us through the faith of the people. The people that brought us here, they gave us that faith to sit here and make decisions for them. When you, Trustee Longshore, and you, Trustee Cocker, came on board, I told both of you, I took both of us, all of us went to lunch, break, whatever it is that we did, to get to know each other. And I was very clear that we had a protocol here in Apple Valley. And if we disagree, we disagree, but it is best for us to disagree behind the walls, so that when we come up here to talk, that we're coming up here with a united voice, united face, united way of speaking. We don't just throw darts without evidence, without facts, without whatever it is that you put out. And Trustee Longshot, I won't tell you to correct me because I know I'm right. I have always said to you, use your voice. Am I wrong? Use your voice. I respect your voice. I respect what you have to say. I respect your opinion. But I've also made it clear that sometimes using your voice, you have to know how to present it. You have to know how to say it to somebody so that they will hear the same story, but they're not hearing it in the way that is going to be offensive or a way that they will push back. They will still do what you ask them to do. This is what I intend to do sitting here on the board, to be sure that when we hear what we hear, that we continue to seek the facts, because facts do matter. Facts matter. If I say anything and you go back and check it, if I misspoke, just like Trustee Tucker just did, she can come back and make a correction. There is nobody that is perfect. And it is so sad that I have to be on a board as a first to go through what we are going through right now. It is sad to go through it. I don't look forward to coming to a board meeting because it is no longer about what matters. What is it that really matters to us? Is it the children or is it the adult bickering? Because I cannot wake up in the morning to come to work to deal with adult bickering. We are wasting way too much time bickering about what adults think. This is a unified school district that is open to K through 12. It is not open to K through 70-year-olds. We are wasting way too much time. I'm frustrated. I am frustrated to no end. But I want us to be able to say to ourselves, when your child has done wrong, discipline your child. Do not tell your child, well, today we're gonna talk a little bit more. Tomorrow we're gonna talk a little bit more. Next tomorrow the child is learning that it's okay to keep doing nonsense. My child got through that memo very quickly. When I would say to her, do not do this, I'll say it twice. The third time I say, look at me. Because the third time we will not have the conversation any further. That's what has brought us here. We need to stop the bickering and we need to get on with the business of servicing the K through 12 children that are entrusted to us. We are told to take care of them. And if one of us gets out of line, please check us. I have said it over and over on this dais. If I make a mistake, call me out. If it is my mistake, I'll apologize. If you need to sanction me, sanction me. That is a learning tool for me. It would teach me to behave better. But if I'm not sanctioned, or if you don't tell me that I have been wrong, then I'll continue doing the same thing I continue to do and expecting different response. We all know that people have a baby, but are there things that we need to know about how that baby came about? It's none of our business. You don't tell a child, oh, we're about to have a baby, and the baby says, well, I need for the sake of transparency. Tell me, how did that all happen? Is it that child's behavior excuse? Should they know? We are in a world now that wants so much transparency that we are losing track of what is supposed to stay confidential. And we need to work on it as a board. We need to work on it as people that have been entrusted with this job to protect our children. If you put me in front of children, I come alive. If you put me in front of adults, I kind of stick back. This is not my job to deal with adult issue. My job is to deal with the kid issue. Do they have books? Do they have good temperature in the classroom? Do they have quality teachers? Do they have administrators that manage their school? Are they able to get all of the things they need to be able to be successful children when they leave our system? Apple Valley has been excellent for my own children. My job is to make sure that children coming behind my children will get excellent service. And it is not going to happen as long as we continue to bicker. That's where I stop. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to wish everybody a relaxing summer. I hope you all have something to do that will replenish your tanks. And I do hope that the break will provide a recalibration of our governance team so that we may return in the fall and serve the students and the community of Apple Valley, much like Ms. Akpara was saying, that is our job. And that's it. Thank you. Superintendent Nelson.
Yes, at the last board meeting when we were doing the first read on the compensation for board members, I appreciate you doing the math, Mrs. Tucker, but I also would like to acknowledge that there were 2 errors on, and I disclosed that it was not my document and that I had not fact-checked everything on it, but that I would go through the information. Publicly, since I stated that Victor L. had taken the full amount, they have confirmed they only did a 5%. I did let the superintendent that did the survey, so at some point, somebody that they spoke to maybe believed that it was going to happen, but it did not. They are a 5%. I know I gave the board that information, but publicly I'd like to state that. Their monthly compensation is $535. Likewise, Victor Union High School District has not yet decided. It was pulled from their June 4th agenda, and they may bring it back at a later meeting. But I also let the superintendent that did the survey know, and so that has been removed for the rest of the group that had access to it so that they have the factual information. I too appreciate the people that are doing our extended learning over the summer, not just our littles, but for the board, as a reminder, when we talk graduation rate within the district, summer is a vital time for some of our students to do credit recovery. That is why that data is lagging, because if a student does complete a course that they had struggled to complete and it changes their outcome, they might be a summer grad and that still meets the graduation requirement within the cohort. So we're cheering them along, hoping that they do that, because there are a few there that would make a change. And then finally, in order to preserve time at the end of the meeting, we do have a need to have a special board meeting in order to deal with 3 pupil personnel situations that occurred too close to the timeline of the last board meeting in the district. The education code, the law requires us to hold those prior to the first day of school so that those families have an understanding of the outcome of what the board is going to either uphold or change pending the outcome from the hearing panel. So right now, if you would check your calendars, we're looking at either August 3rd or August 4th. That gets us prior to the school year, and it also allows us to have a facility to hold a board meeting because there's a lot of things going on prior to the first day of school. So is everybody available on the 3rd or the 4th? Is there a preference? 3rd?
I'm good on the 3rd because the 4th school has not started yet, right?
For us, it has not, but I believe that there are districts where teachers will report back
Well,
on the 3rd.
I chose the 3rd because the 4th will put us on a Tuesday, which is a teacher day.
Okay,
So I prefer we use the 3rd so that the teachers want to come. It will not conflict with that.
it's not part of their contract year yet. I believe the following week. Is that their week, Dustin? It is their week. I don't have the calendar in front of me. Okay, so the 3rd is Monday. Does that work? Does it work, Mrs. Buchanan? Does it work, Mr. Raleigh?
Monday's fine.
Mrs. Longshore, does that work for you? Can we do it late afternoon, not evening, so that we're not asking staff that is on time cards in the late after their hours? Can we do it? Because it's just 3 closed session.
Can we do it 1 o'clock?
If one works, does 1 o'clock work for everyone for that meeting?
Yes.
Does it work? Yes? Okay.
Call the special board meeting.
We'll call, actually, it'll have to be a special because it hasn't been calendared, but it's not on the calendar. So we'll call it a special. We will still post with the timeline that we have consistently done. Those are only 24-hour, but we don't need to do that. We will, because we'll be notifying families that you'll be hearing the cases that day. And that's important now, because once they've had their hearing, we have to send them notification and tell them what board meeting date and time. So 1 o'clock, okay, on August 3rd. Going once. I've got consensus, thanks.
Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have 6 cards.
Okay. As provided on our public comment card, speakers are requested to limit comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. If more than one person wishes to speak on the same topic, subsequent speakers should limit their remarks to new information only. Public comment shall be limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per item.
Sorry, they weren't in order.
Jordan Wells.
Good afternoon. 20 years ago, I stood before this board as the newly elected governing council president of Granite Hills High School. I stand here again, not simply as an employee of this district, but as someone whose entire life has been shaped by it. I am a proud graduate of Granite Hills High School, a lifelong resident of Apple Valley, and a constituent of Area 3. But above all else, I'm the mother of 2 children currently attending AVUSD schools. This district is more than my workplace. It is my home. It helped shape who I am, and today is help shaping who my children will become. When I look at the cabinet members seated before me, I do not see the picture that has too often been painted in recent meetings. I see educators and leaders who have changed lives, including my own. I see Principal Schulenberg, who encouraged me as a student to use my voice and advocate for what I believed in, even when success was uncertain. That lesson stayed with me long after graduation. I see Mr. Conrad, who was once a math teacher at Granite and is now my supervisor. When my mother passed away and I returned to work 2 days later, he stopped me, not as a supervisor, but as a human being, to make sure I was okay. Compassion like that leaves a lasting mark. I see Mr. Schlosser, whose impact as a teacher was so profound that 20 years later, my cousin still speaks about him with gratitude. She once told me that a simple act of kindness and attention from him changed the way she viewed herself and the way she treated others. And I see Superintendent Nelson, whose smallest gestures have made my daughter feel seen, valued, and important. A greeting in passing, a wave across campus, moments that may seem insignificant to adults, but mean everything to a child. These are not faceless administrators. They are people who have dedicated decades of their lives to serving this community and its children. That is why it is difficult to watch meeting after meeting become defined by distrust, division, and hostility. Accountability matters. Transparency matters. Oversight matters. No one is questioning that. But accountability without respect becomes accusation. Transparency without responsibility becomes spectacle. And disagreement without civility becomes division. This district should not become a battleground for personal attacks, political theater, or fear. What example are we setting for our students? One of leadership, integrity, and respect, or one where the loudest voice prevails and accusations outweigh facts? I ask this board to remember that you were elected to serve all of us, not just those who are supporting your campaigns, but every student, every family, and every member of this community. I am standing here because I believe our students deserve better than constant division. For the sake of every student we serve, let us lead in a way that builds trust, models respect, and keeps our focus on where it belongs, on our students. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Crystal Anderson?
I tried memorizing, it didn't work. Good afternoon. Today I'm sharing my concern about what's being done to board members that ask questions about actions and information, particularly regarding budgets or requesting information. Last year I spoke about fear, specifically contracts and the loss of coworkers. However, that fear wasn't the only fear that members experienced. Many of our members live daily in fear of retaliation. Every site rep has heard from their teachers, if I vote the way my heart says, is someone going to see it? Will someone come back and will they know? Will I be fired or written up if I'm seen going to a union event and supporting them? Retaliatory practices may not be the norm, but when members see it at board meetings, then see it trickle down to site administration or fear that it will, and try to find an answer. It tells a lot about the power that you have and what you're telling the community at large. As teachers, we have learned that if we don't know the answer to a question, it is better to admit it and try to find an answer than to prevaricate with half-truths, deny the need to know, lie, or worse, tell the child to sit down and be quiet. Aren't you, in going forward with this motion to censor, doing just that, telling board members and all teachers to sit down and be quiet? Thank you.
Thank you. Kent Crosby?
I'm first address you, Maria, because when you talked about the strike, I was the teachers union president when this all used to, Apple Valley, Hesperia, and Victor. I've been very involved. I thought Apple Valley was a fantastic place when you used to be part of our school district. You guys broke off when you became a town and everything. I'm very proud of you guys. You've done a great job, but I am very concerned with what's going on with this school board right now. I am very, very concerned, and I want to voice that, okay? I'll give you a little background. I speak out. I do it all my life. I've done it. When I was union president, I was arrested multiple times for speaking out. Every time the judge threw it out of court, but the school board voted 5-0. They were all in unison, but the judge wasn't. And the only one I cared about was the judge, okay? Because school boards can be in unison, can be wrong. I have a son who currently lives in China, and I want you to know that they are always in unison. They never have any dissension, because they do, people disappear, okay? And that is the end of it. This school board has got some tough decisions to make. I mean, very, very tough decisions to make. You really do. Financially, I'm not going to compare. Well, yeah, I am. Okay. You're not the highest paid. You're paying out of pocket for health and welfare benefits. Okay. And I'm not going to say which districts are and which ones aren't, but there are districts around here that don't do that, that pay completely out of pocket, that nobody pays out of pocket. Nobody. You're cutting positions, you're cutting hours, you're doing stuff like that. Something is wrong and it needs to be changed. You've got a fantastic city here. You've got a fantastic district that can do so much, but you need to ask questions, and you need to ask the tough questions. And when you try to silence somebody by saying, oh, we're going to censor you. And by the way, Renee, the two things you're going to be censored on, one, you can't hold a position. Why in heaven's name would you want your name as president or something on a board that is dysfunctional? I have no idea, but that's a different issue, okay? And the other one, if you really think she's out of line, why would you, in heaven's name, would you cut her position and say, oh, you can't go to these conferences and learn how to be a better person? That's just ludicrous to me. And I'm sorry, I speak the truth. I will always do it. I know each one of you in different positions, except for you, Rick. I don't know you. But you guys have got a great thing, could have a great thing going here. But you just, need to make some changes. Let people speak their mind. Let people ask questions. You do not need a united front. Penny, one of my good friends sitting right here, she did not support me in the last election, and I still love her. Okay?
Thank you. Andrew Moras.
Good afternoon. How's it going? It's pretty clear. We've heard through JC and Karen's representative that the public is not on board with this. So we're asking to reject it because we see the underlying principle is to try to silence someone that's dissenting from, just a disagreement. And by doing this is a chilling effect that has been for a long time, since I've been in the district a couple of years. There's a chilling effect that is tried to be used to people that speak up. I did write some notes here. Let me try to stick to these things a little bit. Where it's talking about Renee being uncivil to people on the diet, brother, that from the few YouTube videos and stuff that I've watched and the amount of time that I've been paying attention to what's going on this board, Amanda and Rick have been on the dais kind of going at her. That's where the heat's kind of coming from. And I've been seeing that, and I just want to call the attention to that. The "I'm so sorry you're offended" thing was pretty disheartening to see that. And it's like, a lot of people are looking up to this dais for example. And it was kind of way out. And the comment about you're going for the position, be prepared to take the heat that comes with it. It's exactly what is accusing Longshore of in this resolution. The behavior is being displayed against her. She's not the one displaying that kind of behavior towards you guys. Not that I see. Maybe I'm missing something. If I am, correct me, but I don't see it. And last but not least, can we get the comments enabled to the IT guys for the YouTube videos that these are on? Comments are turned off on that. And if we could get some more public dialogue going on, the comments being toggled on in those YouTube videos would be awesome. Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
All right. Thank you. Jennifer Klein.
Hi, good evening. I wasn't actually really prepared to speak, but now I have some things to say. I hope you all understand that behavior is mirrored, especially by children. The very first meeting I came to was a crazy one. There were a lot of people here. It went really late. We wanted to finish the meeting. And yet one of the board members addressed me and my child directly. "Don't you want to go home?" Do you remember that? No, I do. I do. And you know who else does? My child. I went ahead and bought her Robert's Rules of Order. I wish I could afford to buy it for all of you. So that she understood that that was not the way things are supposed to work. I've been participating in meetings like this since I was her age. Never in my life have I ever seen that. That was wild. That was crazy. The way you act when I'm speaking,
At least I'm not giving you the bird like I get accused of doing. Would never do that.
no, you just act like you don't care. Is that really better? I'd rather get the bird. At least it's something.
I pay attention. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's rude. It's rude.
That's your opinion. I'm paying attention always.
So again, so we're supposed to disagree, but not in public. I don't understand that. So my question for that is, if we can't agree in private, or if we can't get answers, or whatever is going on behind closed doors, what next? Because from my understanding, that's what happened. We couldn't get answers, couldn't get feedback or help. So what is someone supposed to do? Because that would be my first thing. I'd go to the public. Forget that. That's a bunch of nonsense. Things shouldn't be working that way. It's a public school district. That's not cool. It's really not. I mean, down to the budget thing where Ms. Nelson, you put out a letter and maybe it wasn't meant to be taken this way, but you know what I gathered from your letter about the budget? Us peons are too stupid to understand that. That's what I got from that. I'm sorry, maybe it wasn't meant that way. That's what I got. This is the way that we're treated. I haven't been coming to meetings lately because why? Why should I? I'm not heard. I'm not listened to. You guys can't even have a disagreement. It's crazy. Behavior is mirrored. Maybe keep that in mind.
Thank you. Robert Andrew Lucero.
How y'all doing? Introduce myself, Robert Andrew Lucero. I'm running for mayor of Apple Valley. I see the problems here, starting with putting the First Amendment in the back corner of the room. Is that what we do? And then we're going on First Amendment topics over here. The nice lady that just spoke, we got kids that are leaving here, meetings going, what's going on in there? Maybe the kids know more about the First Amendment than y'all do, right? There's 5 sections to it. You guys know them? Without Googling? Want me to ask them? Well, I'd say maybe you'll get 4 out of 5 right, because freedom of speech is the one you guys are missing. That's what y'all are doing. You got elections coming up. You guys put yourself a little political landmine in front of yourself. I don't know why you did it, but the voters in November are going to remember this. Even if you don't censor, the voters are going to remember. Just like that saying, Pepperidge Farms remembers, that's what's going to happen. We're all on the ballot for November. I wish y'all took it as serious as I do, right? I get mayor, what are we going to do? I'm going to hear about this stuff over there. We already got problems up over there in the town. Do we need them here? Let's act a little better for the kids, y'all. I yield my time.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the discussion action session. Number 1, approve the agreement for governance consulting services or workshop series with California School Boards Association, CSBA. I'll go ahead and make the motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion?
I have a concern because I believe we've all attended Masters in Governance. And I realize this is not a Masters in Governance. This is a New Beginnings, I believe. But it seems like I just did my Masters of Governance. I took my last courses. I think I finished in November of last year. It seems like a lot of money to go through that again. And I believe all of us have gone through Masters of Governance. It doesn't seem like this is going to resolve some of the issues that we are experiencing. And I'm wondering if there might be something better to do than spend the money on this. Will this result in any change? Those are my concerns.
I've addressed this at past meetings just as a discussion. Just California School Boards Association was contacted regarding working with the board. I believe it was you that said you wanted everybody to get along and at least treat everybody with dignity and work together and respect. When talking with their person that does contracts, they asked specific questions. They know that you have been through Masters of Governance. They know the majority of the board has been through Masters of Governance. But their belief is that a restart and doing good beginnings gets everybody back to the norms and expectations of a collaborative board working together. They said that they would not recommend coming in and doing the governance handbook until that work was done first, And then that gives people the ability to work towards the governance handbook as a group. And so it was their recommendation. I am not the expert with California School Boards Association, but that is what they provided. Originally, I asked if they would provide a much more comprehensive approach to this. They asked to start with 3 sessions and that they could build off of those in the future if the board responded as a group.
Okay, so this would be much different than the Masters in Governance. This would be tailored specifically to our needs then.
It is. That's the concept of Good Beginnings, is that it brings, while it says Good Beginnings, it's a recommendation from California School Boards Association that if there are new board members, that you can bring a group together. You don't have to, but that you could bring a group together every time there's an election and a new board member to do Good Beginnings as a startup of bringing people together and working together.
But this would actually be a little bit different than that.
So the facilitator, Kylie, do you remember the name?
Jefferson Crane.
Thank you, Jefferson Crane. I'm a lot of names. Jefferson Crane is the one that is committed to doing the work with you. I know that a few of you have experienced him during Masters in Governance, and I do believe he will be fluid with you to work through what the issues are based on the Good Beginnings curriculum.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Yeah.
I do have some questions. So just for clarity, if we choose to move forward with this CSBA workshop, the cost is $3,300. This would be for, again, like Trustee Tucker pointed out, 4 out of 5 board members have already gone through extensive training. I have a question to begin with that I posed via email back on April 29th and followed up on May 5th, but I have not heard anything back. Who requested this? I hear Superintendent Nelson, you saying that Trustee Tucker had a concern, but who actually requested this CSBA training?
I believe I brought it as a proposal because there was a request to try to get board members to work together and that there was some concern about dissent. And we had already had one group come in. And so during a board meeting, I requested direction regarding School Services of California and the California School Boards Association. Because originally I had requested budget training from California School Boards Association and they deferred it to School Services of California. They said they were more than willing to work with the board and that they could support the work that needed to be done, but they were not the experts in budget and that they would not, even in Masters of Governance, they said the curriculum came from School Services of California. So that's how it was approached, and I did report that out at a board meeting. And I did ask for direction. I don't have the details. I apologize for which board meeting that was.
Okay, so are you telling me that this board gave you consensus to go start talking to CSBA regarding this training?
I believe I was given direction to do so. I'll look down. If I failed at taking that direction, I believe I was given direction to do so.
Okay, and the reason why I ask is because I don't believe that clear direction was given by consensus by this board to go initiate this process. I know and I acknowledge that it was an idea that came up, but I do not recall consensus.
Okay, so there's no cost to me other than my time spending trying to get somebody in to support and move forward. I did say, I recall very clearly stating that in order for us to get healthy as a governance team, it was recommended that we do something like this. So it's an agenda item. Whether it passes or fails does not impact the work that I did behind the scenes to bring it forward.
I hear you. I was making no accusation. I just needed clarity. Thank you. My next question, in the context of the CSBA training, it looks like we'll be going over basics, which I've stated has already been done in Masters in Governance by 4/5 of this board. We'll be doing a board self-evaluation, which was already done December of 2025. And we'll be going over governance handbook. I would like to make a motion to table this until December, when we might have new members and the next self-evaluation is due.
I will go ahead and second that.
So we do already have the motion right now in a second, but if we fail, we can table it.
I would like to just point out general rules of parliamentary procedure say that one motion on the table opens it for discussion, and secondary motions can be made and must be voted on before you return to the original motion.
Okay, so I think you might have the wrong verbiage. It's not a secondary motion. You would want to make an amendment to the original. However, we can go ahead and vote on your tabling. I was not done with discussion.
Okay.
And I did want to just add, and I in no way think we should do this, but I did think it was a really neat idea. There is a district in the low desert, and I apologize, I can't remember who they are, but I could figure it out if I started looking at boards because I remember what they look like. But every single time they get a new trustee on the board, they go as a group through Masters in Governance. And while I don't think we are in the budget place to do that, and it was really interesting to watch them at their table asking questions and then getting the same answer and having discussion, but they were all hearing the same thing. And I did find that valuable because I don't know, Trustee Tucker and Trustee Longshore, did you guys go through the same Masters in Governance?
She just
Okay.
finished hers.
So I think all 5 of us on the governance team that went through it were in different sessions. And so it is possible that we had someone different that told us something different. So I do think there's value in us going through the good beginnings so that we are asking questions that we have had as a governance team and all hearing the same answer. And while that board chose to do it by doing Masters in Governance together, I do see the value in us having Mr. Crane come so that we are all hearing the same information. So with that, let's go ahead and vote on tabling discussion action item number 1. Mrs. Longshore, how would you vote?
I'm sorry, are we going to go ahead and vote on my secondary motion? That needs to be dealt with first.
She said.
That's what
table
I
it.
said.
Okay, so on number 1, CSBA, so we're looking to table this until December when we're looking at 3 seats on this board and possible movement. So I
That
vote-
is what I said, yes. So how would you vote on tabling this?
So I vote aye.
All right, Rick, how would you vote?
No.
Anita?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Okay, and I vote no, but it is tabled until December. So Superintendent Nelson, please let CSBA know that we're very grateful for their
December.
offer to help, but we do not want help at this point in time. All right, we're going to move on to item number 2, the resolution number 2526-26 of the Board of Education of the Apple Valley Unified School District censuring, and I do want to make sure that we're all clear, it is censuring, not censoring, and holding trustee Renee Longshore accountable for conduct in violation of board bylaws, policies, and governance standards, and imposing corrective actions is being presented for board consideration. I'll go ahead and make the motion to open it.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Rick, would you like to start us with
Sure.
any discussion since it's your
Absolutely.
item?
Right. As everyone's aware, I brought this forward a couple of meetings ago, maybe a month ago. And it's become clear to most people believe that this is just a First Amendment issue based upon that Renee asked questions about the budget. But it actually goes much, much deeper than just asking questions about the budget. So a little history here. When Renee first got on the board, I didn't know her from anybody. I'd never met her before. She had a real common last name with some people that lived in the community. I asked her if she was related, and she said no, she wasn't. But we had a couple of lunches and a couple of coffees together and had good conversations about what was going on the board and what had happened in the past, and she asked me what my views were for the future, and it was pretty good conversations. I always enjoyed them. They went on for quite a while. And then it became clear, and believe me, I am one of those persons that when I sat in the position that Mr. Lucero was running for, was the mayor of Apple Valley, I used to ask a lot of questions, and I had a reputation of being, kind of a rebel rouser on the council. I voted no on a lot of things. I questioned a lot of topics. I didn't like some of the pay for play that was going on in the town at the time. Then I came on to the school board, and it was really kind of a whole different situation because we have people that are employees of the district, unlike people that are on town councils and that work for the town and things. They're in it to make money. They're in it to get developers to make money, to real estate deals, and push things forward for business. But when you get on a school board, you find that there's dedicated people on the school board who are really just in it for the passion of teaching. Now, I'm the only one that's sitting at this dais that has not have a background in teaching. I came from a whole different realm in my career. But the people were so passionate about the kids and about education, and people started out as kindergarten teachers and they moved their way up to principals and superintendents and assistant superintendents. And I thought, wow, this is a different breed of people who are involved with local government that I hadn't seen in the past. I came from the police side of things, and that people had different agendas why they wanted to be in law enforcement. But the agenda for people that work for the school was always the same. It was just that passion for education, passion for making a difference in the community. So let's fast forward. Renee got on the board, and she started asking a lot of questions of the budget. And I was pretty impressed with the work you were doing, although I said I never read your spreadsheets, but you did a lot of work, and you could tell that you came very prepared, that you had read everything and made notes on everything. And I was impressed with your passion to really ask questions. And, boards before I was on, they didn't ask a lot of questions until you got on there. And that's great because it put the district in a position that they needed to defend the budget, and they needed to defend what we were spending money on. And then it just, it kept going on. And like some of the meetings that we had together, I remember telling you that, we only really have say over one employee, and that is the superintendent. We don't have any say over any other employees, no teachers, no clerks, no janitors, no nothing. We have no say in them. We only have say in what the superintendent, and that's who she works just for us. And then it became clear that you weren't satisfied with some of the answers that you were getting on the budget, and that's your prerogative. But then it comes down to a lot more than just asking the questions. It became accusatory, that you were very accusatory in your comments, and they're listed in here. There's 17 pages. It's just not Renee asked budget questions and we got mad because she dragged the meetings out forever and kept asking the same questions over. There were personal allegations that there was malfeasance, that there was money missing, and from a law enforcement background, if you're going to make an allegation that money is missing from the coffers of the school district, you better be able to back them up. And we told you several times, back it up, and you never did. But you kept on with the allegations that there's money missing, that there's malfeasance, that Matt Schulenberg doesn't know his job, that the board up here doesn't know what they're doing, and I'm going to save this, okay? And then there was attacks on the clerk for putting together the minutes that they're not right, and on and on and on. So, we discussed this many times over the phone or in person, and I'm in closed session, and there was allegation, you know how it happens in closed session and how much of a circus that can turn into as well back there. And things were getting out. And so I believe that this resolution is important, and you've already made it clear that you're not going to change. You already said it in your board member comments that whatever happens with this resolution, I'm going to continue on asking the questions, which is great. I'm glad you're going to continue. But it has to be done, and I'm not trying to, the gentleman that got up here and said that, we're trying to keep you from becoming the president. It's a disciplinary issue that the only thing the board can do to try to correct behavior. Whether, you get there's corrective behavior with children, there's corrective behaviors with jails and prisons. We're trying to correct your behavior, that this is not something that is you're doing that is good for the board and good for the district. And so I look forward to you hearing you out on this. This was put together. There's extensive research went into this. And when we went forward, I made it clear that I don't want anything that's just allegations on there. All of this is either in written documentation on the internet, that what you've said, or on tape, or on video, or other communications. It's just not conjecture that, well, it's Rick's opinion that you did this. This is all documented facts. So it's unfortunate. This has never been done in my at a school board level in Apple Valley that I've ever heard of, but I've asked about it. But I believe that it needs to be done, and I'm hoping that you will come around and say, hey, I want to work with you guys. Like I mentioned earlier, we had the workshop where we were all we hired a facilitator to come in and work with us to get along better. And you're the only one that didn't show up. And so it was really, we did it for nothing, because you don't have all five. So I don't believe that, Renee, you really want to get along with us and work on this. It is disheartening. It is disheartening to have people from the public or teachers come up and say, you guys are just a bunch of jerks, a bunch of clowns, and can't get along. And that's not the case. We don't do this for money. It's $400 a month, okay? And it's not even that after taxes. And so it's not about the money. It's just about community service. And I know you have a passion for it. You're a teacher. Your husband's a teacher. So it's very passionate to you. But you have to remember that we're dealing with people's careers and people's lives, and you cannot make allegations that you cannot be substantiated when it comes to people's reputations in the community. So I look forward to hearing what you have to say. Amanda, I think, Renee, would you like to say anything?
So sorry, I'm not sure what order we're going in here, so.
Any order. Any order. If he wants you to say something, you say, no.
Oh, I thought that we just go down the line.
No, it's all about her. So if she wants to say anything, she can say something. The floor is open.
Oh, okay.
I'm not the president.
Oh, no, okay.
That's fine.
Did anybody else have something to say before I speak? Go ahead.
I do, but I can wait till you're done.
Okay. Then I'll choose to just address what Mr. Rowley just said to me. I said unfounded allegations because they are unfounded. Despite 17 pages, this write-up by a lawyer has done nothing more than try to substantiate something out of thin air. It's filled with assumptions, not facts. I just want to make very clear I am not a child. I have no need for you to correct my behavior. I also want to clarify the facilitator. I didn't show up because I didn't feel safe. That's concerning, not a shaming point. And I fully understand that people's careers and their lives and their reputations are on the line. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay. I was greatly saddened to see Resolution 2526-26 on our agenda this week. As I consider the amount of time, energy, and resources that went into bringing this resolution forward, I also reflected on what it will accomplish if passed. As a board member, we are entrusted with making decisions that support our students, staff, and community. We approve contracts, budgets, personnel actions, programs, and policies, all with the goal of promoting student success. Our staff spends countless hours focused on improving student learning, increasing academic achievement, addressing chronic absenteeism, and ensuring that the needs of all our students are met, including those who are homeless, in foster care, or otherwise are facing significant challenges. When I consider this resolution, I struggle to see how it advances those goals. It will not improve student achievement. It will not reduce chronic absenteeism. It will not increase opportunities for our most vulnerable students. It will not directly support instructions in our classrooms. If we are truly focused on students, we should ask ourselves whether this action moves us closer to fulfilling the mission of our community, the mission our community has entrusted us to. This resolution would also restrict a board member's access to conferences and training opportunities. We're a school district educating kids, community, parents. We want everyone educated. While reasonable people may disagree on disciplinary measures, board training exists to help trustees make informed decisions on complex issues affecting our students, staff, district operations, finance, governance, and educational programs. Limiting access to professional development should be considered carefully, and only when it clearly serves the best interests of the students and district. Throughout history, elected officials have been called upon to cast difficult votes. Those votes are not always about personalities or disagreements. They're about considering the long-term consequences of our decisions and whether those decisions strengthen the institutions we serve. I ask us to consider not only this resolution itself, but also the precedent it sets and the impact it may have on our ability to govern effectively moving forward. If this resolution passes, how will it affect our board? Will it make it stronger? Will it bring us together? Will it help us work more effectively and cohesively on behalf of our students and staff? We have the opportunity to work together, to do the job our constituents elected us to do, to provide the leadership our district needs, and to demonstrate to our students that people with differing viewpoints can still work collaboratively towards common goals. Today's vote is about more than a single resolution. It's about the kind of board we want to be. We can choose a path that deepens division, or we can choose a path that encourages dialogue, accountability, and collaboration. I respectfully ask my colleagues to consider whether this resolution will strengthen our ability to serve students, support staff, and lead this district together. Those responsibilities remain our highest obligation. We have the ability to make significant change rather than create further decision, and I hope that we will choose that path. Thank you.
If I may, Madam President.
Sure.
So I respect your opinion, what you mentioned, Anita. You know, we're trying to gather trust and credibility and everything. So less than just 6 months ago, Ms. Longshore implied in the daily press that money was missing from the budget. The piece expresses the views of, this is the author, Apple Valley Unified School District Board member Renee Longshore. In the article, Trustee Longshore submits that over the past 7 years, funds of over $15 million have been missing. And people, this is a quote from her, people have not been able to find where this money went. She further questioned what happened to the 15+ million and how long has this gone on? Taken together, Trustees Longshore comments imply that either the district has grossly mismanaged public funds or is severely actively embezzling millions of dollars. So I ask, what does that do to the reputation of this district when a sitting board member implies that $15 million has possibly been embezzled from the district? So when we want to all get along and we all want to do it for kids, there is irrefutable damage done to the reputation of this district when these blatant, unsubstantiated lies can be told to a news organization and printed. And once it's on the internet, it's always on the internet. And there's just, the list goes on and on, but I just highlighted some there. January, implied money was missing, stating, you may have seen me asking questions and discussing numbers. As a result, 24-25 was the first year in a long time that numbers added up. It's just on and on about the different things that, it's not about her questioning, it's about allegations, unsubstantiated allegations that members of this district are committing felony crimes and embezzling money. That's one of the most blatant, serious allegations. That alone, just this one alone, is it what should be, she should be censured for. Not even, there's hundreds, dozens more on here. So I imply that, you know, we all want to get along. We all want the district to run smoothly. We all want to do it for kids. but you have to be responsible in your actions. As an elected member, you have to be responsible. And you have to remember what you say carries more weight than what the average person says, because you are sitting here. You're entrusted with the trust to get these numbers and to do what's right. So I'll leave it at that.
If I can just reply to that real quick.
Sure.
Remember, lawyers have written this, I'm guessing, or did you write it?
Several people were involved with it,
Lawyers?
of course.
Okay, so lawyers have written it. Thank you. And this word imply is very charged. They're taking my words and they're saying what my intent was. That is off the charts. To be able to try to take that and use that as fact, ridiculous. Do you know how much money is currently in that account, Trustee Raleigh?
No, at this time I don't. I'm asking.
So when I say.
We're talking about January 26th, so.
So when I say, where did it go? And people have not been able to find where it went. And I very much clarified, we are spending this money. Where did it go? That's the question you need to answer. Those are the words that came out of my mouth. If anybody's going to take those words and try to charge me with something that they're going to say, well, I thought you said this. I think you are. You're saying this happened. No, it didn't happen. It was written by a lawyer that says I implied something. You didn't take my words and show how I said something that was accusing or making allegations of felony crimes. That's what I'm saying. This document written by lawyers has been kind of like a masterpiece. It's been created. Lots of pretty colors in there, but no facts.
Maria, you said you wanted to speak?
I'm just waiting for everybody to speak so I can have something to say. Waiting.
I made a couple notes while everybody was speaking. I will say when I first read the resolution, I was taken aback by how many board policies and governance standards were identified as being violated. Over 20 demonstrates a pattern, and I hear that like we're discussing whether it's because questions were asked, and we are board members, we have a responsibility to ask questions. But the issue in this resolution is whether that conduct complied with our board policies and our governance standards. I know there's a lot of disagreement, but I don't feel like this vote is about disagreement. Boards need disagreement. No board member is expected to agree with every decision of the majority. However, every board member is expected to follow the same policies, the same bylaws, the governance standards that we all have agreed to. And I know we did push back, and there was a couple that wanted to table reviewing our governance handbook. And perhaps had we reviewed it, we might not be here. I don't know. But when repeated conduct falls outside of those standards, as a board, we do have a responsibility to address it. And I know that a lot of time went into it, as has been mentioned, but it truly is about accountability to the standards and our responsibility to the students, the staff, and the community that we are here to serve.
I'm going to come back to the idea of over 20 demonstrates a pattern and conduct outside of the standards. Show me the evidence. That's all I ask. Show me the evidence. Because, like I said, 17 pages. A lawyer wrote it with no evidence, no facts. These are people who are meant to be able to argue points clearly and concisely, and they failed.
Anyone else?
Okay, I'm gonna now say something. As I listen to everybody give their points, I am not, as much as this 17 pages here, I'm looking at actions. It's not on this paper. I'm looking at the actions. Sitting on the board here, nobody likes to be surprised. Okay? So that for me was big. I don't like surprises. When we come to a board meeting, an agenda has been printed that has gone out to the public. And that is the agenda we go by. We don't go by any outside agenda. Once the public gets their hands on it, whatever we have put out is what we are going to follow as a board member. That's our job. And on many occasions, we have had agenda put out. And on many occasions, you have arrived at the board meeting with additional document. Okay? The board should not have that additional document right as we're sitting here to have a board meeting. That additional document we should have it so that when you are bringing it up, we know it is part of the packet that the public has. We shouldn't have additional paperwork that you have given to the public, and now we are the last to receive. Because public already got it. We're the last to receive it. For us, for me, I don't know about the rest of the trustees here. For me, it's a very uncomfortable place. I like to know what you know so that I can, and I've said it many times to you, many occasions, not just now, and I have to say, I like to know what you're driving at so that I can support you better. And I can't support you better when you present the information at the same time that the public already got a hold of, and now I have no idea what you're talking about because it doesn't match what we have on our agenda. It is important that as a trustee that we are all walking towards the same goal. That goal is to be, if we want to be transparent, let us be transparent. But let us be transparent so that the public knows exactly where to find that information. When they go to our board packet, they can find the information. But when you bring information outside of what the public has given, it doesn't add up, doesn't make sense. And it's a struggle for me. And I've said it to you several times. I am not in the habit of saying things behind anybody's back that I can't say in front of them. And before I say anything behind your back, I've already said it to you face to face anyway. So it's not like, oh, wow, did she say that? No, I always say it to you first. That is the courtesy I offer to everybody I have known and cared about, that they have to hear directly from me. And I'll tell you, these are areas that is a problem for me. This is what you have said, that this is a really uncomfortable for me, but I want you to hear directly from me. I don't want others to interpret what they thought they heard. I want you to hear directly from me so you can check back with me and say, hey, you know what, Maria, I didn't understand what you meant. And I'm usually one that speaks with a lot of African proverbs. So when I use it, somebody has to say, what does she really mean? And I was like, oh, I didn't mean it that way. I meant it this other way. So as a board member, as uncomfortable as this is, the biggest problem I have right now is the evidence, the fact that there's always surprises. There's always a surprise. It's like, are we working together or are we working against each other? I don't want to be lockstep with you. You are your own individual. And I'm hoping you won't be lockstep with me. I'm my own individual. But when we have big issues to discuss, we should at least have opportunity to see it together so that we can have the same thought process. You have a different thought process. I have a different thought process. Your experience, your expertise is not my expertise. My expertise is not your expertise. That is why we are all here connected so we can work with each other, figure out what each other is going asking, the questions we're asking. But when these questions pop up in this open session and you throw it out to the cabinet or you throw it out to anybody that you have the question to, you are catching them by surprise. And I would like for you as a trustee, before we finish anything here, that we at least come to an understanding that surprises are not good. They're not effective way of governance. We need to be able to say, okay, open to page 10, and we can see page 10, and it is speaking the same language, and we're asking the same questions. We are not able to keep up because we come to a board meeting. Board meetings used to be from 5 o'clock to maybe 9:30. Now it is 5 o'clock to midnight. What do we achieve except going back and forth, bantering back and forth? We've got to be able to pull it back together so that we can talk as officers of the community. Community wants us to do the work. And you consistently accuse us of not reading. Me of all people? When you say, the board doesn't read. Everybody that knows me knows I read every line because English was not my first language. So I read things over and over and over. I line and I don't line. And if you look at my paper now, I have things lined up because I have to read it to have a better understanding. So when you sit here and you accuse this board of not reading, you accuse me in the process. When you sit here and accuse this board of rubber stamping, you accuse me. These people who know me in this community, when I first got on the board, my first session and now my second session, I'll ask big questions, but I don't ask questions like, all on the public, viewing, so, I want to know how you've done it. I'll ask questions. I ask nonstop questions. I'll email the superintendent. I will email the assistant superintendent, whoever it is that I need to ask questions. I ask nonstop questions, but at no time will I ask those questions and I say, these people are not telling me the truth because I don't have the wealth of information they have. I ask the questions. And I have consistently encouraged you to ask questions. But what my problem is, and I've said it to you over and over, is the way you present it. You are accusatory when you present. And I know maybe it's your style, but it is not my style. If I have a question, I'll ask. I don't want you to ever stop asking questions. Because that is like, putting a muzzle on you. I don't want you to stop asking questions. I just want you to understand that you can ask the questions and you can get the answers you want, but you don't have to accuse every other person on this dais because they don't have the same lens that you have to look at things. I don't have the same lens as Mrs. Tucker. No, we can read the same paragraph and we hear different meanings. And it's just that, maybe my age is showing up here, but I just want people to be able to, I can talk to you and I think I got you to understand me, but then we come out here and you say something and it's like, whoa, that is different from our conversation. I don't know if I'm getting through, but if I have a choice, I wouldn't vote on anything. But we don't seem to get past the fact that it's important for us to govern. Govern in the sense that we cannot start by accusing everybody else. I saw your podcast. I saw it. I saw the podcast, and I am on social media. I see most of what you guys, everybody is saying. I watch it. I don't have to respond because on our board governance, the speaker of the board is the president of the board. The speaker of the district is the superintendent of the school district. That's our understanding. If anybody asks me any question, I'll still answer the question, but I will always say, I'm going to defer, that I'm not the president, I'm not the superintendent, which you did exceptionally well in your podcast. Because in your podcast, you were quick to say, I'm speaking for me. I saw that. That was good. But I just want you to remember that you will need to work with 4 people. You can't do it alone. You just can't do it alone. I want you to do it with 5 people, or at the most 4 people. Because you're doing a one-man army and you're losing it each time. Every time you stick your head, they say, well, she's insulting us, how she's expecting us to all back her when she's insulting us. So I just, I don't know if it comes through, but I have such intense love for you. And it is painful to watch this thing going on here. It is so painful, you have no idea. I'll leave it alone.
If I can take a moment to just address the things that were said by Trustee Arpara. The biggest accusation I heard was that I surprise you. I want you to know that everything I've supplied has already been given in all the financial documents that we have access to as board members, even the public. What I'm surprising you with is my organization of the data. The hours I've put into creating a spreadsheet to try to make it more understandable for you and for the rest of this board and for the cabinet to understand the stuff that I've absorbed. I mean, you cannot imagine all the things I have in my head. And I create those spreadsheets for me so that I can organize all this data from these hundreds of pages of financial documents, because that's how my brain works. And that's how I get it in my head. And giving you those spreadsheets is kind of like a gift. I organized it for myself. Here, I'm sharing my organization. But it is not new information. Out of all the spreadsheets you received, did you ever ask any questions?
I did.
Did you ever come to me and say, hey, I didn't understand this, can you explain?
Remember different walks?
We had walks and I explained big ideas, but I never was asked to explain the numbers. I am not sitting here as a person who's trying to make accusations. In fact, I challenge you. Find words that came out of my mouth as an accusation towards somebody. I don't do it. When I exercise my right to speak, when I exercise my right to hand out information to the public, these are not bad things. And they don't come with ill intent. And I'm an open book. I'm sure you can ask around the community, anybody, anywhere. You have a concern, you have a question, I'm here. I'm handing out my cell phone number. I'm here. I want us to understand. I want us to be able to do our jobs. I care about kids. I think it was noted I was a teacher for 22 years. This is a deep love for me, children. I served them in the classroom, and now I serve them from this dais. Show me the facts. I was elected to the community to ask questions, to seek transparency, and exercise independent judgment. The allegations in this resolution stem not from misconduct, from disagreement. We are supposed to leave room for that. While I will always strive to communicate respectfully, I will not apologize for fulfilling my responsibility to the students, families, and taxpayers by asking difficult questions and expecting clear answers. The community deserves oversight, not rubber stamps. This that's stuff and nonsense, a waste of time and money. You should be ashamed.
So, Madam President, I make a motion that we support Resolution 2526 of the Board of Education of Apple Valley Unified School District censoring and holding trustee Renee Longshore accountable for conduct in violation of board bylaws, policies, and government standards, and imposing corrective actions is being presented for board consideration.
Thank you. We do already have the motion and the second.
Okay.
So hearing no further discussion, we can take the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Nay.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
No.
Ms. Akpara. It was a yes. Ms. Buchanan, yes. Item 3, approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed. Can I get a motion?
President, could we take a short recess?
Is that fine with everybody? Sure, we'll take a short. Our brief recess. It is 5:02 p.m. We're going to move on to item 3, approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed. I'll go ahead and make a motion.
I'll second it.
All right. Is there any discussion on certificated and classified personnel actions?
I just would like to make a comment. I was really excited to see that how many speech and language pathologists that we are hiring, and congratulations, well done to personnel and to our district. Thank you.
Yeah, that's definitely an area that's hard to find people. All right, we will be taking a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Zakpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. Item 4, approve the recommendations for the requested leave as noted.
Move it.
Okay,
Second.
motion by Rick Raleigh, seconded by Maria Akpara. Any discussion? All right, we will be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. Item 5, adopt the Local Control Accountability Plan, or the LCAP, for 2026-2027. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Rick Raleigh, seconded by Anita Tucker. Any discussion?
If I could, might be the right opportunity to answer a question that was asked at last board meeting for which I did not have a response. Okay.
Absolutely, thank you.
And I'll thank Trustee Longshore for providing the screenshot and then bringing the document today that shows the expenditure comparison you were making from the budget overview from parents on that page 3 from the document from May of last year. That was the draft, and then comparing it to the May of this year draft. And so if you'll forgive me for reading, I wanted to make sure and cover all aspects of the answer. So the screenshot you provided shows the expenditures for the 24-25 school year. It was looking back as $67,834,609 in the budget overview for parents section. This was an early draft provided to the board last year in May, and it appears that the service we use to enter LCAP data and narrative, it's called Document Tracking Service, or DTS for short. Many districts use DTS. They had an error at that time of the year that was corrected before final approval. The San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools approved the 2025 LCAP, which is the one that sits on our website, and has the correct amount that was $43,869,239. That amount is clearly listed on the budget overview for parents on page 3 of that publicly available document. So the one you have that was the printed copy, that really was draft, and so there was a change made. It appears that for that May draft, the data entry system, because we don't actually enter that data in the budget overview for parents, it pulls it out of a data table. It pulled it from the wrong place. And so in looking carefully at the document, it automatically generates that report, and it should pull from page 122 in order to report the total expenditures to support unduplicated pupils of all funds for that school year instead of only LCFF. So it looks like it did grab from page 122 instead of 125 like it should have. It's still money spent on kids, but it included federal and state programs. And so what should be on that page and what is on the publicly available page is just the supplemental and concentration grant dollars that were spent. So I can't explain why the DTS system pulled the wrong data, but it's clear that it was corrected during the work in the summer with our business office and the county reviewers to match the proper table on page 125. So the chart you referenced it's not one we create or populate, but it was generated from that system. And it seems like they must have updated their instructions sometimes before that July 15th phone call I got. So I apologize for the error. The draft document provided to the board sometimes does require some minor changes based on feedback from the county or updates to the software program. But the final approved document is always provided for full transparency on the district website in English and in Spanish. And so I just hope this shows there really was no huge change that the dollar amounts are relatively in line and consistent with the calculator online telling us what those dollar amounts should be.
Well, thank you so much for going to all that trouble and clearing that up for me. I really appreciate your time and your answer.
Is there any other discussion?
Again, I just want to say thank you. I know that the LCAP, you're like working on it so much all year long, and we appreciate all the work that you and your team have done to create this, and I hope that we are number one this year.
All right, we will be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. Number 6, approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on expulsion cases EXP number 23, 25, 26 through EXP number 25, 25, 26. Expulsion case STIP number 9, 25, 26, and STIP number 10, 25, 26, and annual review cases AR number 22, 2025, 26 through AR number 27, 2025, 26. Can I get a motion?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? We will be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Mrs. Buchanan? Aye. Item 7, adopt the Apple Valley Unified School District 2026-2027 operating budget. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
President Buchanan, if I could continue the dialogue and answering to questions that were submitted that I was not able to answer last week during the proposed budget hearing.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. If the board recalls, one of the questions that was asked was, why are you projecting revenues to rise from about approximately 16 million from 24-25 UAs? I asked for some clarification, and Trustee Longshore was able to provide that clarification. We're comparing the 24-25 unaudited actuals total revenues of approximately 253 million to the proposed budget for 26-27 total revenues at approximately 269 million. So comparing the 24-25 UAs to the proposed budget for 26-27, one certainly does arrive at a total revenue increase of approximately 16 million. Within the 4 major object ranges accounting for revenues as contained in the financial documents or the SACS forms, which are attached, well, the budget SACS forms are attached to the item. ABUSD has experienced, first off, in LCFF sources, a projected increase of 15.3 million due to cost of living adjustments, the expansion of the transitional kindergarten program, an increase to the TK add-on within the LCFF, and of course, ADA adjustments over each of those 2 years. In the federal revenues, a projected decrease of approximately 2 million, primarily due to the absence of any carryover in the 26-27 proposed budget. Posting of this unearned revenue carryover will occur prior to first interim 26-27. In the other state revenue categories, a projected increase of about 9.8 million, primarily due to minor adjustments across several revenue resources. And of course, the inclusion of the approximately 11.4 million 26-27 discretionary block grant as currently proposed by the governor. And in other local revenue, a projected decrease of 6.6 million, primarily due to minor adjustments across several revenue resources. And of course, the deletion of one-time revenues related to the CYBHI capacity grant and the CalShape grants that were booked as one-time resources in fiscal year 24-25. Another question, why did our projected expenditures increase only 2 million from the 24-25 unaudited actuals to 25-26 estimated actuals after approximately a 17.4 million rise in total compensation. I asked for clarification again in terms of what we were looking at, what numbers, and Trustee Longshore did provide that clarification and a refined number. I think the 17.4 was adjusted to 13.1, and she did provide 2 spreadsheets. I was able to access those this morning, but I did not have the opportunity to analyze those spreadsheets and pull the documents that she referenced, so I still do not have a comprehensive response to this particular question at this time. Another question. Why are we projecting a 4% increase in teacher and certificated pupil support salaries due to projected costs associated with step and column advancement, salary schedule increase, and the salary schedule compression, which were approved by the board on March 5th, 2026? Trustee Longshore provided a follow-up question in terms of, she says, why are we projecting a 4% increase in teacher salaries? And in parentheses, what I heard, 1% raise plus approximately 1% in salary schedule compression plus step and column increases. Is this correct? If so, does an increase in step and column equal about 2% per year? Step and column costs, of course, do vary from year to year. We include an approximately 1.5% cost in our multi-year projection. The proposed 26-27 budget currently is capturing the estimated costs of the staffing, which is included in the staffing modeling component of the budget development program, as reconciled between the Director of Fiscal Services and the Human Resources Department to make sure positions are accounted for appropriately. And of course, we have to account for additional costs associated with hourly time cards. Another question. Why are we projecting to spend $3 million more in books and supplies in the 25-26 school year than last? Why are we projecting to spend an additional $3 million for the 26-27 school year? Followed up with that question. Yes, I did say I'd get back to this June 11th. So the 24-25 UAs is, as Trustee Longshore points out, is our actual spending, which would in most cases be lower than what was budgeted through 24-25 as the books are reconciled. The 25-26 estimated actuals reflect the actual spending to date, plus the remaining potential spending in the fiscal year, plus the unspent and unencumbered funds from 24-25, and of course will continue to be refined in preparation for the 25-26 UAs in September. In fact, we just cut off purchasing and are, what's the term? We're cleaning out the purchase orders and the encumbrances to make sure that the spending is appropriately reflected in preparation for the UAs. Of course, the 26-27 proposed budget currently includes full grant and entitlement estimates at this time, which will also be adjusted and or reallocated as programs determine where those funds will be spent as we progress through fiscal year 26-27. The 26-27 proposed budget also includes expenses related to textbook adoptions and a technology device refresh that were not included in 25-26. Number 14 on the list. Why are we projecting approximately $4 million loss of revenue in the cafeteria special revenue fund and a $2 million increase in expenditures? Again, I asked for some clarification. I provided the estimated actuals to the budget, which Trustee Longshore clarified at the meeting that she was comparing the 24-25 unaudited actuals with the budget. And her follow-up question, of course, was why are we projecting a $4 million loss of revenue in the cafeteria special reserve fund? And if I'd like to remind the board that the Fund 13, the Cafeteria Special Reserve Fund, are funds limited to the nutrition services program in support of that program and feeding our kids, and are not available for general Fund 01 expenses. But budgeting in Fund 13 can be a unique situation given the timing of federal and state reimbursements based on claimed meals. The 24-25 UAs shows actual financial activity at fiscal year end. The 25-26 estimated actuals is an estimate based on budget and actual financial activity year to date. Federal and state reimbursements will continue to flow to AVUSD after June 30th, and of course, will be reflected in the 25-26 UAs. We will most likely see an uptick in the revenues for 25-26 as additional reimbursements are received after June 30th. And a reminder, Fund 13, with this process, we budget conservatively in Fund 13 in terms of the revenues, and Fund 13 does continue to operate without supporting contributions from Fund 01, which means our nutrition services program is self-supporting and self-sufficient. Yesterday morning, Trustee Longshore provided a new question that said, you are projecting an increase of 10 million in revenue this year from the 24-25 unaudited actuals to the 26-27 budget, the 25-26 estimated actual total revenues. So that's looking at the books that were closed in 24-25 and the estimate for the 25-26 school year. That's very similar to the earlier question in terms of the 24-25 UAs show total revenues in the amount of 252.9 million. The 25-26 estimated actuals show total revenues in the amount of 261.3 million. And that's an estimated increase of about 8.3 million. And remember, the estimated actuals will continue to be refined as we move toward the unaudited actuals, particularly on the restricted side of Fund 01 with our federal title programs and any other unearned revenue programs. So in our LCFF sources, between 24-25 and what's currently estimated in 25-26, we see a projected increase of approximately 6 million due to the cost of living adjustments. Again, the expansion of the transitional kindergarten program, an increase to the TK add-on within the LCFF, and of course, appropriate ADA adjustments. The federal revenues, we saw a projected decrease of about 1.1 million, primarily due to a decrease in E-rate funding. Other state revenue, a projected increase of 8.6 million, primarily due to minor adjustments across several state revenue resources, and of course, the inclusion of the 25-26 discretionary block grant for the current fiscal year. And at other local revenue, it's a projected decrease of 5.2, primarily due to minor adjustments and the deletion of one-time revenues, again related to the CYBHI capacity grant and CalShape grants that were booked as one-time revenues in 24-25. Trustee Longshore submitted an additional question. Why are we projecting a cut in cost from 26-27 budget? From the 25-26 estimated actuals to the 26-27 budget in the following categories: professional consulting services and operating expenditures, object code 5800 through 5899, buildings and improvement of buildings, object 6200, and equipment replacement 6500, and transfers of pass-through revenues to districts or charter schools 7211. In the object code 5800 through 5899 in the professional consulting services, we are projecting slightly lower costs in contracted services for special education services for our students with disabilities. We're trying to hire our own people to provide those services. Object code 6200, buildings and improvement of buildings, that's a current projecting lower cost in the routine restricted maintenance account, of course, which will be adjusted based on need. Object code 6400 and 6500, 6400 is equipment, 6500 is equipment replacement. Within object code 6400 equipment, we are currently projecting lower costs, again, in routine restricted maintenance. In object code 6500 equipment replacement, we're currently projecting slightly higher costs in the routine restricted maintenance account, again, on the restricted side of Fund 01. In object code 7211, the transfers of pass-through revenues to districts or charter schools, we're currently not budgeting for the CTE incentive grant pass-through funds. And when we get the GAN in the fall, we of course will budget that revenue and the pass-through expenses if we are still the fiscal agent for those funds. And that is the remainder of the questions that needed to be answered.
Yes, thank you for the clarification, for your
Certainly.
answers, for the time you put into addressing this curiosity. I do want to ask just a couple follow-up questions based on what you shared. The CYBHI grants, are those anticipated this year?
No, the CYBHI capacity grant was funds allocated to Apple Valley Unified through the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools to set up the CYBHI California Youth, thank you, Behavior Health Initiative, to get our system set up. And now as we are providing those services to our students through our approved providers, we will receive reimbursement for those services. So the grant money was one time. So we're not anticipating any more grant money. And we really don't have a good idea of how those reimbursements are going to flow. But when we get a better idea, we of course will account for that revenue.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
And my next question is, as far as the budget is concerned, and when you're working with giving us numbers as a board, do you only report money we already have, or do you make projections based on past?
Are you referring to the 26-27 proposed budget?
Yes. So I guess with any financial document, right, other than the unaudited actuals.
Well, with the 26-27 proposed budget, of course, since that fiscal year has not begun, we have not received any of that money. That is revenue we are projecting to receive based on the assumptions that we've made, based on the information from the governor's May revise, advice from school services, local information. And again, the expenditures in the staffing, the Director of Fiscal Services uses a staffing modeling component within the budget development software once reconciling those positions with the team over in the Human Resources Office. And that establishes the staffing. But when we do get in the 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s, we do look at past trends. And of course, different needs that are identified, like textbook adoptions, technology device refresh, as I mentioned. And we're making our best projection at this point based on what we know for the 26-27 school year.
Okay, thank you. So when I think of these numbers and I think of, making decisions as a board member from this dais, having a clear understanding of especially things that we have received and we are anticipating, having those numbers be as accurate as possible informs me to make decisions. So I appreciate all the work that you do put into it, because I can only imagine how big a job this is, trying to make those projections and understand those numbers year to year. But it would really help me if that all projections, such as, the CTE funds for our charter school or those sorts of things, were included in the original budget, because that'll help me get a clear understanding of our anticipated revenue and our anticipated expenditures in a whole. Is that a possibility?
Well, we haven't budgeted for the CTIG specifically because the GAN changes from year to year. And I believe in the next application cycle, we may not even be the fiscal agent.
Actually, that has been determined
go.
during our last Mountain Desert Career Pathway. CTIG's next application, because of some of the benefits of having what's considered, there's 3 districts within MDCP that, because of some of the designations they have and students that they support, they actually gain points when the application goes in, giving us a higher percentage of dollars that can flow into CTIG. And so it was determined that we would have one of those 3 districts be the fiscal agent for this next round to try to garner as much funds as we can for Mountain Desert Career Pathways through the CTIG application. So Mr. Schillenberg is correct that he wasn't sure, but it has been, we took that action last Friday as a board. And so with that application, Snowline will become the fiscal agent for that next round if we receive dollars.
Thank you for that explanation. So I just wanted to, I guess, put that hope out there that our numbers could be more clearly and from the start aligned. So as we're just making decisions throughout the year, that we can have a pretty clear, I know numbers changed. I mean, you can't predict everything in life. I mean, we would all be fortune tellers, right? Or go to Vegas and make lots of money. But just having it closer, that would better inform the decisions that I have to make. So thank you again for going to all this effort to answer my questions. Did anybody else have any questions or comments?
Instead of 12, so I'm just waiting to go home now.
Okay. So then I'll just go ahead and go through my comments and concerns. In 24-25, they said we didn't have money and then put $15 million back in come this new school year. It rolled over from unspent funds. We saw it in September. I saw it dropped in books and supplies. They projected roughly a $19 million in deficit spending in September, gave a raise, but are now spending less. Keep in mind that any savings from real staff cuts won't happen until next year. And now I'm the one who's getting punished. Make that make sense. Change is necessary, but we must reflect. Is it even possible? 3 on this board follow this administration, secure leadership positions, and refuse to read my spreadsheets. How is that best for kids? It's not. And it's clear today where they stand. Apple Valley, we can do better than this. Budget concern number 1. We have had a stated $4.3 million increase in cost for insurance, but are projecting to spend the same as last year. You would need a loss of at least 246 people to make that happen. And just in case you want to check it out, object codes 3101-3902, total employee benefits. Concern number 2. When numbers change by millions of dollars without clear explanation, that makes it difficult to follow. How can this board even hope to keep up? FCMAT said the estimated actuals and unaudited actuals should be pretty close, considering books close in 19 days. Will this report be a more accurate projection of our finances than it has in the past? Last year, we were off roughly $14 million. Concern number 3. The average annual spending in AVUSD is approximately $3 million less than we have listed here in books and supplies. Approximately $3 million more in services and other operating expenditures, approximately $2 million more in capital outlay, and approximately $4 million more in what I like to refer to as Fund 7000. That means that in this budget, we are under projecting cost by at least $6 million. Once again, the numbers, based on our pattern of spending, are millions of dollars off. Concern number 4, capital outlay. Roughly $70 million total in spending these past 5 years, almost double of older neighboring districts. Projecting another approximately $13 million in spending this year and approximately $7.5 million the next. So if you're doing the math in your head, we're nearing $90 million. The majority of this spending goes to object code 6200, buildings and improvement in buildings, even though our district is relatively young and we've had no significant growth. Maybe we need to take a closer look. Hindsight is 2020. All of the pain, the brokenness in our district this year, it didn't have to be. We had money and could have given direction before everything fell apart. Our staff needs to be protected and fairly compensated. Our kids deserve the best. We have to be proactive and look to see how cuts can be made through natural attrition in order to avoid any further layoffs or cutting of hours. Too much of our revenue is being directed to capital outlay these past 6 years, and we still don't have a stadium for Granite Hills High School. Neighboring districts are flush with cash, over $230 million each. We need to take a hard look at our spending, be hesitant of any possible future expenses for 6,200 buildings and improvement in buildings, and decide strategically in the best interest of our kids. Because of the because of the continued discrepancy of numbers, the continued allotment of millions of dollars for 6,200 buildings and improvement of buildings, and lack of clarity in justifying it all, I vote no.
Is there any other discussion? All right, Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
Ms. Akpara,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. Next, we have the consent agenda. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of significant issues. Currently, the consent items to be approved in one motion are 1 through 37. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll move it.
And I'll second it. We'll be taking, or any discussion.
I'd like to pull number 9.
You're supposed to pull it before we. All right, I would like to amend, or no, that would be, I would propose an amendment to Mr. Raleigh of his motion to pull number 9 for Ms. Akpara. Are there any other while we're amending? All right,
So any other consent agenda items we want pulled?
yes.
Yes, so number 1, number 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 36.
Anyone else want to pull some? Okay. Rick, would you be open to an amendment that we adopt or we approve consent items number 2 through 8, 10 through 27, 33, 35, and 37?
Sure.
Okay, and I'll second that. We'll be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
Ms. Akpara,
Aye.
and Ms. Buchanan, aye. All right. Ms. Akpara, since you requested first,
Yes.
can we do number 9?
I pulled 9 because I wasn't here when the discussion was had, and I wanted to bring it back to the point, because we took an oath to uphold the Constitution or the will of the land. And so I wasn't clear on where we stood in terms of what the compensation should be. Since the compensation, what we are getting is 400, and it is less than any other district around town. So I wasn't clear on where everybody was in terms of what they considered the compensation for trustees.
I proposed initially that we keep it at 441. I think the law states that you can go as high for our district with the number of students to 2,000,
Which is high.
which is may. It says may. It doesn't say that you have to do it. So we could choose not to do anything or choose up to $2,000. I agreed that a 3% amount would be acceptable to me, and it went to the other members. So that would be $454.46, which would be a 3% raise.
Okay, now I get it. So that puts us at the same percentile rate raise like they gave to teachers and certificated and flat management. Okay, got it. Some management, I know that, but, all right. I'm good with that.
Okay, so for consent item number 9, can I get a motion to approve it?
I just had some discussion real quick on it too. I know Ms. Akpara pulled it, but may I say something too?
Yes.
Thank you. This year, AVUSD was careening toward fiscal insolvency. Had to cut significant hours of classified staff, resulting in a loss of insurance and/or work. These are people who support our children in the classroom and school sites every day. I just want to be clear that I will not support a raise for this board.
Thank you.
Neither do the lights.
The light said, no, I'm not supporting you either.
Because we're so still.
All right, can I get a motion to approve consent item number 9?
I'll move.
And a second?
I'll move it or second it.
Okay. We'll be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
No.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
Ms. Akpara,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. All right. Consent item number 1, can I get a motion to open that item?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Or actually, let's start with trustee Longshore for discussion.
Yes, so I was just hoping for some clarification. I know it's regarding a missed meeting. Specifically, it talks about a hardship deemed acceptable by the board. So I just needed some clarification. When we say as a board that something is a hardship acceptable to us as a reason for missing a meeting, is that just a case by case, or is there any sort of parameters around that?
It's a case by case by the board
Okay, so just our opinion?
as a group, yes.
Thank you.
Do you deem it as being unacceptable?
Oh, are we voting on it?
We're having conversation, discussion.
Oh, no? I was just curious.
I think the actual reading in it lists like several things, like illness and some other things. I don't recall them exactly right now, but there was like a list.
You're correct, Anita. There are things that are listed, but there is also the ability as a board to determine a graduation of a grandchild as a life moment that you would give grace to.
All right. We will be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore,
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh,
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker,
Aye.
Ms. Akpara,
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. Okay, we're going to move to 28, 20, I'm going to pull, hang on, let me check these off. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, and so those, the ones I just listed,
They're all.
can those be done together, trustee Longshore, since
Yeah.
I would assume it's the same concern? Or do you want to take them one by one?
As far as voting goes, I'm okay just having a conversation on each one as an independent one, if you want to just do that, and then at the end, take a vote on all of them.
Yeah.
But we would have to like still divide them, right? We would still have to say,
Well, we could group, like, for example, all of the attorney agreements, which would be 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 34.
oh, okay, no, we would have to take them separately.
Okay, then let's start with number 28. Can I get a motion to approve the agreement for Atkinson, Andelson, Moya, Rude, and Romo Inland Empire Personnel Training Network?
I'll move.
Second.
All right, discussion?
I noted that this is $5,000 of unrestricted coming from the unrestricted general fund. So I just wanted to note that I will not support more spending out of the unrestricted general fund until we have the chance to review our budget and direct unrestricted spending cuts first.
Okay. Is there any other concern with this agreement?
I think this is amount of money you put in the pocket until and you use as needed. So you didn't give it to them unless you need it. When we did an RFP for all of our attorneys that we were going to use as a district, we allocate that much money to sit. And if we ever need to use them for any of the services, that's when you go to spend that money. That was my understanding.
It looks, looking at the agreement, it lists, it's like a membership fee, if I'm not mistaken, and it lists some things that we would get: annual fall symposium, general meetings, we get a discounted rate on attorneys, it has workshops.
Yes, this is a group that has provided deep training for human resources departments across the county. They used to gather under a different title that came out of our allocations from the county. They have moved it to this form, and if we send an assistant superintendent or a director to just a few of the meetings, it is cost savings to the district. Otherwise, we just send them for conferences and sign off on that. We also receive a reduced rate in legal fees because they know that they are up to date with the most current laws and information. This isn't just, it is the HR team, but it isn't just HR. So they cover risk management issues having to do with leaves, and that also goes into our business office with payroll and benefits. So it is a powerful opportunity for them for continued learning.
All right, any other discussion? All right. So we'll call for the vote on consent item number 28. We'll be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
No.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Okpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. All right, consent item number 29. Can I get a motion to approve the agreement with Lozano Smith Attorneys at Law to provide special education legal guidance as needed for 2026, 2027?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yes, I just needed some clarity. Is this new spending?
It's not new spending, it's encumbered. We have legal contracts, and so this would be updating all of the fee schedules for each of the legal firms that we have serving and supporting as needed.
I'm sorry. So is this new spending, meaning we didn't spend in this way last year?
Go ahead, Matt.
And now, with all the legal agreements, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34, these are retainer agreements. We do budget for legal on an annual basis. And again, we only pay if we utilize their services. So it's hard to say if this is new spending or not. We've had retainers with these legal firms in the past, so these are not new retainers.
But would this be new spending? If we okay it today and you do spend, would this be new spending?
That's a catch-22
Don't know.
question, and I don't know how to explain it, but let's try. Let me give an attempt to this. If we say in the district that we anticipate legal fees cost to the district for a 1 year at $750,000, and I don't have a dollar amount to know that that's what we would be doing, would it be new spending? Not necessarily, because year to year, it would depend on how much we had spent on legal fees and needs in any given year. I did look at legal costs as of earlier this week, and we are at $304,000 in legal fees. So that's only up to what we have been billed for up to this point. What was encumbered for this school year was $600,000. So will we hit that 600,000? I don't know until they reconcile all of the billing of any legal that has occurred this year. But that is how it would operate. So if next year the amount exceeded what we had spent this year, then there would be some new spending that could occur. But the encumbrance will be similar to this year's encumbrance.
Okay, so they're a firm that we already employ.
All of these are just retainers that we have already employed, and we just annually bring back their fee schedules.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll be taking the vote via roll call on consent item number 29. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Ms. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akbara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. All right. Number 30, consent item number 30, which is to approve the agreement with Burke, Williams, and Sorensen LLP to provide legal advice on matters for the police department for 2026-2027 school year. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
All right, discussion.
Okay, so just clarification. So this was previously contracted. This is not new.
Every single one of them on the agenda this time are current contracts that we bring fee schedules annually forward to the board for approval.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. All right.
May I I want to be sure that what I said is not misconstrued in any way. I will recall a time in the district, at least 1 year, where we did have a legal firm that we had on contract that did not change their fees, their schedule, and we did not bring it forward to the board, but we continued with their service because we had done an RFP. So I just want to clarify, when I say we bring them annually, it's if they have a fee schedule change to update the board with that fee schedule. So I want to be sure that when I say annually, it's only if there is a change to their fee schedule. And typically there is, but not every single one. So if you were to go back and say, oh, I don't recall seeing this person, this contract, it's because they didn't have a fee schedule change.
No, you're fine. Moving on to item 31. Approve the agreement for legal services with Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rude, and Romo for 2026-2027. Can I get a motion?
Move.
Second.
All right, discussion?
This firm was used against me in an attempt to intimidate and silence me. It turned out that my request that initiated this response was later proven valid and necessary. This law firm's actions at the request of this administration were counterproductive to progress.
Any other discussion? All right, we will be taking the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Nay.
Mr. Raleigh?
Excuse me. Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akbara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. Okay, item 32. Can I get a motion to approve the agreement for legal services with Dora Dome Law for 2026-2027 school year?
Move.
Second.
Any discussion?
No, my questions have been answered on this one.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Then we will take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan? Aye. Item 34, approve the agreement for legal services with Margaret Chidester and Associates 2026-2027. Can I get a motion to approve?
Isn't, oh, never mind.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay. Motion by Rick Raleigh. Can I get a second? I'll second it. Any discussion on 34?
This firm was used against me to encourage a censure based in fiction, not fact. When you lose sight of your purpose, when you go to great lengths to try and substantiate baseless claims, I will not support you.
Any further discussion? All right, we will take the vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Nay.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. Item 36, can I get a motion to approve the agreement with School Services of California for 2026, 2027? I'll second. Discussion?
Just need some clarification. We already have them coming in to work with our bargaining units as approved in number 16, correct?
That is correct.
And I believe we should continue to work with them in that capacity, avoiding any unnecessary additional costs, extending services only as need be.
This is an annual contract that we have with school services so that you have access to their budget conferences and support.
It's not looking.
You guys move more? Sorry.
Is there any further discussion?
So just for clarity, this isn't for them to come in and discuss budget with the board?
No, I haven't brought that contract forward because if we're not going to go forward with school services, it didn't make sense to go forward with it for the
With
board.
CSBA.
That, yeah, I'm sorry, it was CSBA.
Understood, thank you.
I will ask the board though, whether I am given direction to seek that contract for the board with budget.
All right. Let's take the vote via roll call on item 36. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. We got everything correct?
Yes.
Kylie? Okay. Okay, closing items, future items. You want to start?
Yeah, I will need direction from the board regarding School Services of California now that we are not bringing, that we have tabled CSBA until December for a discussion. Is it the desire of the board for me to seek support from School Services of California for the board having to do with the budget and understanding the budget?
I do believe that we need to have them come before the December, because come July, we'll be talking about budget, and we need to get that ready. We need to have an understanding and come with the knowledge of, highly qualified people to come and show us how to read those things. So I do believe that we need to use them because they are the better for us.
So
Are there any other options for people to come in and help us understand the budget?
School Services is the recommendation of your group, California School Boards Association, as the facilitator to do that budget talk.
So are there any other options?
Not that I'm aware of that is respected by the state as a group to do that.
And usually when they do the training in Rancho Cucamonga, their names always brought up. So I think we need to use who's the best in the business to help us have a good grip on this before this school year starts, or while the school year is just starting, so we have a better understanding. That's how I feel.
So I need If I can get consensus from the board, is that a yes, Mrs. Tucker? A yes,
That's a
Mr.
yes
Raleigh?
for me.
So, and a no for you, Mrs. Longshore?
Well, since I haven't had a chance to really look into it, yes, I would have to abstain.
Okay, so we have 4, right?
Okay, so I will
So-
seek a contract for that
Okay.
and bring it back to the board.
There was discussion before that, was it CSBA that recommended theirs go first? Or was it school services that said that the,
Actually, California School Boards Association recommended that we not ask California School Boards Association to do the budget training, that we defer that to School Services of California. California School Boards Association indicated that they would be happy to be part of and watch and hear. And I'll tell you that that wasn't part of the contract that they provided to us, but I think that the goal was to be able to support the board through good beginnings in understanding what maybe school services dealt with the budget in order for those things to parallel, or to look at maybe the governance handbook. So that it was intended to be side by side, but not necessarily one before the other.
thank you.
And then just for clarification, the question about the reimbursement and missing a board meeting, what the board bylaw 9250 states, just the actual, so that it's clear, is because of illness, jury duty, or hardship deemed acceptable, which does give you the authority as the board to make those decisions based on each individual case.
Thank you. And I do have a couple closing items. One, I know it was already requested, and I'd like to make a request. And second, that especially in light of the fact that where we are today, our feedback from the consultant, it was initiated by Mr. Raleigh, for them to come in and get some feedback and hopefully be able to give us some feedback as a district. I can't remember when it was done. Do you remember?
Maybe 6 months ago.
It was in December.
In December?
It was in December when they came.
So could we do a discussion information item, future item, and have them come back and give us their feedback?
We can. I think there is going to have to be a contract approved for them to do that portion.
To give us feedback?
Because the first part was gathering the information. And if we're going to ask them to present, then I think we do have to have an extended contract.
Is there any sort of documentation of it, or like it wasn't included? Because I would think like the important part of gathering data is to give the feedback. So
I'm more than happy to ask what they are willing to do and look at what our contract approval was. I don't have that in
I
front of
think
me
it was,
today.
they would come back with the feedback.
Okay.
With the original price.
So I'll check with
If there was
them.
going to be more meeting in the future, they would charge for that.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Not a problem. I'll
Okay.
check on it and get back with the board. I will not necessarily do that until I will check. I will send an email, but I will not be available for a few weeks.
yes, I think we're all looking forward to that. Thank you. And I was wondering if we could possibly add a discussion action item on a possible forensic audit of spending and capital outlay, both in our general fund and special reserve fund. I think it would inform this board.
Now, will that work before we have the training with school services or after this school services training? Because a forensic audit is a very in-depth, expensive endeavor. So if we are looking to save money as a district and we're going to spend that kind of money, shouldn't we finish the training? Then we can see where we are to be able to spend the money.
Well, I think, part of understanding how to give direction as a board to spend money, we have to understand how specifically money was spent. And this one is specifically referring to the approximate $70 million of spending in this account over the past 5 years, which is significant. It's double
that of neighboring districts. So it's a significant amount of money going to this account, this capital outlay. So I just thought it would be essential for us to understand our spending specifically in that account so that we can be better informed moving forward.
I think with a forensic audit, and I'm not an expert with this in any way, but I think that is incredibly involved. And I also think it's pretty expensive to do that. I think it's like $40,000 or something to do that. I don't know if at this time it's the best to really think about doing that. I think we've got a plan set with going through maybe a more in-depth budget with school services. Maybe we can get further information from that with what we've had from FitMat, what we've had with maybe have like a budget workshop. Well, I guess the budget workshop would be school services, but I just think that's just a lot of money to go at this time. I think maybe.
Just for clarification, as a reminder, and I've shared this with the board, and whether I don't know if there's somebody from the county that can come in and speak to this. I hate to commit them, but they did write the letter to the board indicating that they had no evidence of money that was misappropriated. They are the fiscal oversight for all of the school districts in San Bernardino County. And this county superintendent is the trigger for what is considered a fiscal audit that is deeper dive if they believe there is a problem. I don't have the terminology, but that is the process by which that could occur. It doesn't mean a district can't request one. I know when this first came up, we started asking who did forensic audits, and there is not, we would be going with somebody that we haven't utilized before, which is fine, but not unlike what Ms. Tucker said, we have another authority above just the people that are placing the dollars into the budget and presenting it to the board that review this. And if they had a concern, they are required by law, the county superintendent, Mr. Alejandre, would have to initiate that kind of fact-finding.
I would just like to first say that there was a word used, misappropriated. I would just like to clarify, I did not use that word. That was spoken by our superintendent. Also, I do want to just remind the board, we're fiscal oversight. That's part of our job, big part of our job. We're the ones that hold this whole system accountable for the spending of funds. So instead of delineating our responsibility, I want to urge you to pick it up and consider it. If not now, maybe sometime in the future. Thank you.
When this agency comes to give us this training, they use the school services. They use our own real budget to do the training. They are not using budget from elsewhere. So if they're using our own live budget to train us, it will help us to see where the problem is, if there's any, or it will help us answer some of the questions that have been asked every time. So at least they will use the real situation that we have, the real budget we have, the real line item we have. They'll use all of that to train us. So there will be really no reason to go and get another person to go a deep dive when all they're doing when they're training training us is that real deep dive. They're just not calling it that, but that's exactly what they're using the same budget that the district has in place to show us how to read it and to show us where we could have questions, where they have questions, if they will have questions. Because right now, we're all looking at it with different lens, and we need to let people who have that qualification to come and do it for us, help us to get it so that we speak with the same understanding of what is being presented. That's all I'm asking. that we give these people time to come and train us. And if we still believe that they haven't done what they need to do or that they don't know enough, then we go for whoever is a pick mat or, deep dive people. I don't know who they are.
Yeah, I agree with trustee Akbar and trustee Tucker that at this point, I think it's too much of a financial encumbrance that we should do until we have done the training that we're approving for school services that will relate directly to our budget. Okay. Did everybody? Anything else? No? All right, our next regular board meeting will be Thursday, August 13th at 2026, approximately 5 p.m. in the Educational Support Center. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. I will move that.
Second.
We'll take a vote via roll call. Mrs. Longshore?
Aye.
Mr. Raleigh?
Aye.
Mrs. Tucker?
Aye.
Ms. Akpara?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan, aye. And I adjourn this meeting at 6:08 p.m.